Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Storage Design and Modeling Working Group meeting. Today, we will be discussing on outage management, uplift, and DEB and mixed fuel and distribution level resources. My name is Brenda Marquez. On behalf of Stakeholder Affairs Group, we welcome you, and we will be kicking off today with a few key reminders as this call is being recorded and for informational and community purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. We also have this meeting structured to be stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives, so we encourage both verbal and chat questions to be submitted. And also all comments to be professionally and respectful at all times. And if you do have many comments, please refrain from repeating anything that has been previously said in order for us to manage our time effectively. For today's instructions to raise a hand, make sure you open that participant chat window on the bottom right of your screen. You'll be able to submit a question or even also raise your hand in the middle of the toolbar. We also have the closed captioning available so you can read along the dialogue in the meeting. That's on the very left corner. And we also have on the call me option for those who are just dialed in through a phone number audio only line. So as a reminder, myself, Stacy, or Sergio with Dinesh will remind you to please state your full name and affiliation if you do forget, but please make sure you state that. That way our folks are able to know who's speaking. We also have a transparency viewer that allows folks to be seen who's on this active list on this meeting. So you'll have to refresh that periodically. So you'll see right now we have about 24 attendees. As people continue to join us, we'll be having this meeting recorded, so in case you are not able to catch the first few minutes of this call. Like I said in the beginning, we do have Stacy and myself. If you folks will be joining us a little bit later, it's just to go over this agenda. I won't go into detail, but for this morning, Sergio will cover an update on non-linearity topic, including stakeholders' perspectives on the near-term clarification and potential modeling alternatives. Then Dinesh will cover and present the topics presented in the upcoming posting relating to mixed fuel and distribution level resources. And then we will kind of take a break around noon for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1 p.m. where Sergio will focus on discussing the items included in upcoming posting related to the Uplift and DEB topic group. And then Sergio will provide an overview of the stakeholder perspectives to date and some initial risk and feasibility reactions on alternatives put forth. So this agenda is available for those folks who want to see it. We have posted it to the Storage Design and Modeling website. This one may be posted. We just updated a few slides, but I'll check right now to make sure the new one is up to date this morning. I'll send that link on the chat. You'll be able to see it, the real one time view at this time. But at this time, let's go ahead and introduce Sergio Mendez Duenas for our manager of storage design modeling. He will be going forth and introducing on the next few topics. Go ahead, Sergio.
Thank you, Brenda. And I see I now have presenting right, so let's get started. Well, before we go into the subject matter, we wanted to talk a little bit about the schedule based on the feedback we received. We shared this overview of the initiative's schedule on our last stakeholder meeting. This overview based on what was included as well from the policy roadmap process. We asked stakeholders to share their feedback to see if they had concerns or if they had some recommendations for modification as well. And I think overall, we got a lot of support for the schedule from the stakeholder comments, but there were some concerns. The key concern, I think, that we saw across some of the comments was that there was quite limited time for discussion and incorporation of feedback before some of the planned postings we had, particularly before moving to a straw proposal on the Uplift and DEB topic. And we'll, as you'll see in the upcoming slides, we've taken that into consideration to allow for a more significant discussion of this concept ahead of moving towards a straw proposal. We also saw a strong, request from stakeholders to make sure we utilize our time effectively over the next quarter or so to stay on track with our milestones. Here, we saw a little bit of a split feedback between more frequent but shorter meetings and more frequent but equally long meetings, like whole day meetings. So that's something that we'll try to balance so that we can make sure that people have the opportunity to follow the discussions and contribute meaningfully through conversation and interaction within these venues. In this same vein, we heard a lot from stakeholders that it was really valuable to have the hybrid option in our last meeting, and I completely agree. We'll definitely target to have more of that option. Unfortunately, today, for the one right after, it wasn't possible given the several other activities and events going on. But we take that feedback to heart, and we'll continue to strive for having that hybrid option be available in upcoming meetings. Finally, I'd say in terms of the timeline, we did hear from one stakeholder that recommended pausing Uplift discussions at this time, favoring that the initiative focus on other items. This was really one of the stakeholders that asked for this consideration, and in the comments we also saw from others support for the renewed focus on these topics. And so given this feedback, we'll move forward with the overall schedule presented in the prior meeting, but we'll do some modifications. So the first one is we heard from stakeholders in their comments the concern that we might be moving a bit too fast on something like a straw proposal for the Uplift and Dev topic group. And we also heard from stakeholders that there was this interest in us, fully documenting discussions to date as well, including elements related to, for example, the documentation of the constraints that we'll include in a paper. So because of that feedback, we've thought that it would be better to kind of reframe the upcoming posting on Uplift and default energy bids to be more so an updated discussion and issue paper. We know that in the beginning of this effort, stakeholders noted that maybe a discussion or issue paper on Uplift and Dev would have been obviated by the prior effort, but given the diversity of discussions and perspectives that have been offered in this initiative, we thought it would be valuable to, use this posting to consolidate all of the evidence, discussions, analysis we've shared around the drivers of Uplift in day ahead and real time, and to include the perspective that stakeholders have shared to date with also an initial risk or feasibility perspective from the ISO. And we'll cover all of that in this afternoon. In this updated discussion and issue paper, we will also include an appendix that memorializes, that includes all of the constraints that we've discussed through this working group that are applicable to storage based on significant stakeholder requests to have that in a handy document to use for revision, for review, and to propose certain tweaks or modifications. So that's the first change we'll do. The second change is, we heard as well that it would be complex for stakeholders to be able to provide feedback in such a tight turnaround. So what we'll do is we'll have this meeting. We welcome all, verbal feedback and perspectives in this meeting, and then we'll request comments on the meeting and the materials that we're targeting for publication in mid-December, so that there's adequate time for review and feedback, particularly considering that, some of these materials will be published prior to the holiday, so we want to make sure that people have enough time to review and give us their perspective. And then finally, the next kind of update that we'll do to what we presented last month is we'll hold a meeting in January so that we can further discuss some elements around nonlinearity, as we'll talk about in the upcoming section. And we'll target an updated paper on that subject on the whole group of outage management in late January. So overall, we think that this kind of addresses the ask for a bit more time, a bit more information to discuss these complex issues, to capture, all of these constraints in a single readily available document, and to make sure that people have enough time for feedback, as well as to ensure that we move quickly in our upcoming meetings, focusing on near-term elements that stakeholders care deeply about, like that nonlinearity and outage management group. So with that, this is what the updated schedule for the next couple months would look like. Basically, I bolded here the changes relative to our last meeting. We're targeting for December 12th, that's next Friday, the publication of this updated discussion and issue paper that we'll talk about today. Then we'll, on the 18th, which is effectively the week after, we'll have our publication on the mixed fuel and distribution level resource topic group. And then we'll allow for comments up until early January on all of those materials in this meeting. And we'll have a meeting on the 22nd focused on outage management so as to drive for an updated paper on that topic group. And also for the Uplift and Dev topic group to provide updates where relevant. So I see there's a couple of hands. We are striving to end discussion on the schedule by 9:20. So I really ask folks to keep it succinct. So let's go with Callie first. And Callie, please remember to introduce yourself. Thank you.
With WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
We heard you when you said PTF, so maybe you can start over.
There's always a little lag. Callie Wells with WPTF. I really appreciate you guys updating the schedule here. I did want to provide a little bit more context to the idea of holding off or deferring some of the more conversations around Uplift. Obviously, I think from a practical perspective, we have changes that were already approved and I think are supposed to be implemented this month on BCR. So really just kind of giving some time for those changes to take effect. Second, we have, major changes coming to the day-ahead market, in about 6 months that will have a drastic impact on storage resources. So I think it would really be helpful for this group to kind of see how those storage resources are impacted and see what kind of BCR or uplift implications those changes are going to have, right? Because what has been happening in the past could potentially be drastically different than in the future. And then lastly, from a bigger picture perspective, this stakeholder process was intended to have a holistic review of Uplift and really kind of starting with the question of what do we think an appropriate Uplift framework should be for storage? And the conversations so far have really focused in on, okay, this is the existing framework. Let's see how we can make modifications to it. So I think if we just pause, take a breather, let the changes that are already coming take effect, and then start again from that bigger picture perspective, I think what is honestly the best path forward on this issue, because I'd hate for us to make changes, based on what we have experienced and what, some assumptions that we're going to make that might drastically be different in the future. But I just want to provide a little bit more context around kind of why that idea was put into our comments. So thanks.
Thank you, Callie. I just note, we appreciate that perspective of let's have more information, more data on how modifications related to the prior effort and also future changes may impact Uplift. I think our idea of not pausing the discussion does not imply necessarily not considering that in the ongoing discussion. So we'd be, we can take that back to us to provide further information on the impact of the change and continue discussion or continue assessing whether some of the changes might merit us holding off until we have a more operational experience with EDEM. I think that was a perspective shared by other stakeholders regarding day ahead because recovery. So I definitely hear you on that. I did want to know, on that idea of have we done a holistic review? I think as we'll cover in the afternoon, we really have tried to talk with stakeholders, walk through with them on what are the drivers that we're seeing so that we can determine whether those drivers are material, whether they can be ascribed to bidder or market design, to bidder behavior or market design. So in the paper that we'll target to publish next week, we do try to provide kind of the lay of the land that we've laid out through this last 6-7 working group meetings. And we'll be able to, I think, have that perspective so that stakeholders can readily react to what are the different drivers and what should be a design thought of from the ground up. And in the slides we've included in the afternoon, you'll see too that the different alternatives we've heard from stakeholders, I think, are really not built or based on small modifications, but more so on a more robust reimagining. So hopefully in the paper we also can, and in the afternoon we can provide a bit more clarity on that. But thank you for that perspective.
No, I really appreciate it. I guess our ask is just as long as we have that bigger picture discussion at some point, because looking at the drivers of the existing VCR, I'm afraid is really keeping us focused in on the existing framework and really taking that bigger step back and being like, what type of Uplift framework is best suited for storage? And maybe that's something totally different. So as long as we're not missing that conversation, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Let's go with Alva.
Trying to see whether my microphone tends to come up after a while. Can you hear me yet?
Now I can hear you. Perfect.
It's coming up. Okay. Alva Svoboda, PG&E. I just wanted to comment on the schedule. I think it's appreciated that you actually have included implementation under the outage management portion of the initiative. And just to representing the people at PG&E who were involved in implementation, we would hope that the updated proposal would include a scope of work that CAISO anticipates, as well as a scope of work for market participants, as opposed to simply being the solution itself, because that group will want to get, given that we're talking about something happening actually next year, they will need to be allocating hard resources to it, and we'll need that information. But we really appreciate the fact that you have attended to the different requirements of this initiative with such seriousness and such intensity. So thank you so much for your leadership in this, Sergio.
Thank you very much, Alva. I really appreciate it. Kathleen?
Great. Can you hear me? I start with that
Yes.
to give my pause more time. Okay, great. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. No, I appreciate you laying this out. I just want to echo, I'll just say second to both of what I think Alan made a really good comment about the implementation. So that would be great. And do appreciate that we're going to make those outage management improvements. It's not maybe as exciting of a topic as some of the other topics, but it's one of the more meaningful ones from a day-to-day operational perspective. And so it's going to have a huge return. So thank you for that, and we look forward to participating in the implementation. On that, we try to be very intentional in our comments we submitted on the last workshop. So really zooming in on what I think is a nuance of what we were hoping to see versus the schedule you've laid out. I wanted to tease out a very specific nuance here. So I think directionally, with the caveat Callie gave, as long as this, new issue paper is leading to taking a step back and having more holistic discussions about SOC management and Uplift, I think that is directionally good, and I appreciate you listening to stakeholders on that. The one nuance I see is that the default energy bid element, I don't see as a part of that more holistic conversation. If if we're going to keep mitigating, and that's what they obviously, let's go down that path, then the DEB is a well-known, it kind of falls more into the well-known issues bucket. It's not intrinsically linked with Uplift, whereas SOC management is intrinsically, inextricably linked. The DEB itself, though, that's one that we've had a lot of discussions about over the last several years, especially in the BCR and DEB enhancements. We also had a lot of discussions in the price formation enhancements effort when we were doing the bidding rules for above the soft offer cap. So this one is one that we do feel shouldn't be bundled with the Uplift. It should be separated. Maybe it's not on the same track as outages, but expedited faster than the more holistic discussion. And I wanted to make just a shout out of not just DEB methodology, but also the outstanding policy scope of seeking reference level change requests so that storage offers under mitigation can be above the soft offer cap if that is what, depending on how the policy rules shake up, right? But that was an outstanding item from the price formation effort. It wasn't implementable under that expedited effort is how I recall it. And so there was a commitment to come back. And as we talked about the DEB, we would also explore how we would make sure that when real-time conditions should necessitate storage's offers to be above the soft offer cap and its placement in the stack, that we would figure out a methodology to do so. So to me, there's kind of two elements. Say it's the heads and the tail of the same coin, and that we would like to see separated from Uplift and moved faster, because that's a pretty serious challenge.
Thank you for that, Kathleen. I think that's something we can consider in terms of how the kind of topics are grouped. I would also note there are right now, I see your argument of the DEB is not necessarily intrinsically related to Uplift. I can imagine kind of two situations where maybe, or no, not really situations, but two elements that have been brought up by stakeholders during the Uplift discussions that kind of directly relate to the DEB. Now, the first one is mitigation is a driver of potential shortfalls that should be considered in an Uplift paradigm. And to the degree that either we get rid of it, as Vistra has proposed or, well, put forth, or that we enhance the DEB, that would affect the mitigation driver as one of shortfalls. And I think the other one is that there are some frameworks that do imagine using the DEB in some capacity, and in order to kind of further develop them, we'd need to consider some changes to the DEB. But I hear you on maybe that is more so tangentially related, more so than fundamentally like linked. So I think that that's something we can think about and also reflect a bit on that tension in the paper. So I appreciate that. And I would just say, yeah, go ahead.
I just say that would be very helpful.
Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to say is I disagree that the outage management topics are not exciting. I think all of the topics we have here are exciting, and I like them all equally. So I appreciate that.
Yes, I agree with you. I appreciate that very much. Appreciate the laughter to start off the call.
Yeah.
One additional thought for you, because I appreciate your reactions to our suggestion. But as I listen to you, I would reflect back that I hear you. Having a better DEB, having a DEB that is a more accurate reflection of real-time opportunity cost should resolve, hopefully, some of the uneconomic net shortfalls across the day or mitigate those. So yes, I see that linkage as well, but I actually see it kind of more from the lens of how you were discussing with Callie about the day ahead market changes. It's more a, there's lots of the same logic that you employed when you said, well, you want to keep moving down that road, but you're going to look at and kind of consider that you're going to have new changes in the day ahead market that could have impacts on Uplift. I think we could take the same approach here in a kind of separate, more accelerated track. We explore improving the devs while we're also considering in the more holistic discussions how that may or may not tweak it. Because to me, it's kind of along the same lines of improvements to or changes to the core functionality can have an impact on Uplift, but we shouldn't ignore changing the core functionality if it's needed, right? At least to throw that out for you to think about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kathleen. I think we have Dawn, and after that, we'll move on to our next topic.
California Energy Storage Alliance. Just my feedback, I really do think we need to get to that holistic discussion, so I won't belabor that. But if I look back over the past year, I don't think we've accomplished very much. And so if I look at the schedule for next year, in terms of thinking that we're going to get to decisions on stuff, I'm not overly optimistic. And so I think anything we can do to, when we get an issue to where it's resolved or to a point to where a decision is going to be made, that we find a way to make a decision. For instance, nonlinearity, we're going to talk about it again. And I think people have made the same points on a regular basis, and we still seem to be rehashing the same ground. And so my only feedback would be any way we can find a way to reach resolution on items so that we can move on to other topics, I think is the only way that we can actually hit the schedule that we're looking at.
Thank you, Don. I think what you're highlighting here is kind of the bullets here on the emphasis for substantive work and exploring solutions quickly ahead of the 2027 implementation timeline of some of the elements included here. I agree with the perspective that we need to put our heads down and work on advancing, reaching decisions, reaching conclusions for the next quarter. I completely agree. I would say I think a lot of progress on the education of the current state of affairs and the topics that impact this very complex design elements has been made. But I do appreciate this perspective on, let's get to a solution. And I think doing that also will mean getting to some form of alignment on what is expected in the near term and what can be accomplished moving forward too, as we'll talk about in the next topic.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so let's get going and let's talk about nonlinearity. I don't think I need to spend an awful lot of time here. We've discussed this previously, as Don mentioned. The challenge around nonlinearity really is that resources, storage resources, lithium-ion batteries in particular, can see their Pmax and Pmin that can be reached drop significantly as they reach state of charge limits. What we've seen from the ISO perspective is that there's variance on how resources represent themselves. Some include this range in the master file and some do not. During the last meeting, we talked about a path that the ISO envisioned based on operational experience and the feedback we heard from stakeholders so that we could manage nonlinearity in the interim. Initially when we talked about this, I think a lot of the focus was on what kind of outage card could be used, but as we discussed this more with stakeholders, several stakeholders and as well ISO SMEs noted, outage cards actually may not be desirable in this circumstance, given there are many complexities that nonlinearity entails, how quickly it manifests and changes, and the need for outage cards, their timeline, as well as their RAIN implications in general may make it so that using them is not really suitable. So what we presented in our last meeting was this idea of, we need to clarify the expectation of what resources should reflect in their minimum and maximum continuous energy limits within the master file. That will give our operators consistency across how assets are modeled. It will minimize some reliability and operational concerns we've identified, such as, deviation at the limits of state of charge for some of these resources. And it eliminates the need of using this clunkier mechanism like outage cards that would really obviate that RAIN exposure discussion. An added benefit of this clarification from our perspective was that it would enable fair and accurate qualifying capacity calculations. But I think from the comments we've seen, we need to clarify a little bit this relationship, and we'll go into that in the next couple of slides. I do want to stress that from the ISO's perspective, the status quo is not a viable status in the interim. We do need to consider this clarification so as to give us operational certainty and also allow us to have something in place as we discuss and develop longer-term solutions. And to the comment that I think Don was also referring to before, we have now, I think, identified after the last meeting and the ISO discussing it a bit more with Rev, we've now identified a better understanding of what that modeling solution might look like, and we'll talk about it in a couple of slides. So in the last meeting, we noted that this clarification would make it so that the market optimization wouldn't access that fallback range, meaning it would affect the amount of megawatt hours available to the optimization from the resources that update their registered values. At this time, the information the ISO has seen, we believe that it would be a small share of resources that may need to update their values. We believe that the majority of resources are already reflecting the range under which they can perform without fallback impeding that performance. But it is noteworthy that for some resources that would need to revise those registered values, there would be a modification in the megawatt hours available. But this is the trade-off I think we see for giving us, the necessary guarantee of performance and consistency of how we see all of these resources. And as I mentioned before, it obviates a lot of the concerns that stakeholders raised before around the use of outages in general and about the potential RAIN implications or UCAP implications of using outages. So we got a lot of comments on this following the last meeting. I think when we entered the last meeting, we didn't expect that it would, take the time it took to, and it would foster all of this discussion. So we wanted to kind of focus in again here so that we can discuss the feedback we've heard. We saw from several stakeholders that there's some strong opposition to excluding the fallback range from the optimization. They're mainly citing reliability and cost concerns, noting that this could affect, the energy available in times where the system is tight, and that it might drive some cost impacts for ratepayers. We also heard from stakeholders, the vast majority even those that are kind of aligned with the clarification proposed by the ISO, the majority of stakeholders, though, support some integration of this in the market model via either master file parameters or some form of dynamic adjustment. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we go on to cover Rev's proposal. A couple of stakeholders basically proposed to either revert back to the initial position of using outage cards in the interim, or to basically revert back to the position of using outage cards, but still arguing for the RAIM exemption. And, you know, something that we did here that we definitely want to address here is that some stakeholders viewed this clarification as a form driven by resource adequacy rules exclusively, and perhaps a form of imposing the RA paradigm into the energy market, or imposing a California-centric paradigm to other jurisdictions and geographies. And we address that in the next slide. And I think we can go there, because from our perspective, and this is a kind of I think alignment that we need to achieve moving forward into longer term solutions, is, you know, from our perspective, we need this clarification to ensure consistent representation of all storage. This, when we see the perspective of stakeholders that this clarification may actually create reliability risks, we want to be very clear that the operational experience of the ISO suggests really the opposite, that the lack of the clarification may create reliability concerns. We require this so as to ensure that our grid operators have a consistent and reasonable expectation of performance for the whole range for all resources. Today, the variance on representation makes it so that it is unpredictable how different resources of the same field type may perform, and that creates concerns for grid operators, and we see this clarification as needed to mitigate those concerns. We also want to note that we don't, this clarification is not applying a California-centric RA paradigm. It's really, as I mentioned before, it's really related to ensuring consistent representation and a reasonable expectation of performance. That being said, this clarification does have the added benefit that it will allow the PUC to correctly source the right data for that QC value. So basically, at this point, what we want to make really clear is the need for a consistent representation of storage across geographies is predicated upon the need for consistency in the representation of assets for our grid operators and our expectation of performance. The fact that it, in addition, allows for the PUC to have readily available data for the QC value is, let's say, an added benefit of the clarification. And finally, as I've mentioned before, you know, we think that this obviates concerns that stakeholders themselves raised around the prior guidance of using outages, and that the ISO has identified around using outages, etc. So in the last, I also wanted to note that, as we mentioned in the last meeting, this proposed clarification does not obviate the potential to modify the master file and market to access that fallback range, but it is needed so that we have, you know, the certainty as we discuss and develop this. In the comments, we saw that a lot of stakeholders view Rev's proposal as a viable starting point for a longer-term solution, and there were a couple of comments on how this could be designed and implemented. In their presentation, Rev put forth the idea of having the breaking points, let's say the megawatt hour points at which the state of charge points at which nonlinearity kicks in, to have those values be potentially updated dynamically, let's say either in an hourly fashion in real time, and also to consider whether those breaking points should be based on state of charge percentages rather than strict megawatt hour values. In the comments, we saw stakeholders were generally split among those two options. Some stakeholders noted that that would be desirable because fallback, there's variability in how it manifests, and it's affected by other drivers, such as, for example, voltage imbalance. Other stakeholders expressed hesitation around these hourly updates or real-time adjustments, noting that it would make the solution more complex and it could potentially open it to abuse, particularly because resources might be able to utilize this so as to skirt, let's say, having to submit an outage or a derate re-rate. So in that context, we saw a bit of like a split feedback on whether that flexibility is actually warranted or beneficial. And we saw from a lot of stakeholders, I think, the perspective that we shouldn't make perfect the enemy of good in this instance, that we need to find options that, even if are more simplified, are implementable so as to be able to achieve some form of implementation from the stakeholders' perspective, ideally next year. Okay, so I'll go over the next step slide quickly, and then we'll go over to the hands, because I imagine there'll be some reactions. So basically, our perspective at this point is we believe that the clarification is needed. It will ensure consistent representation of all storage resources, and it will provide necessary assurances in the interim. That, again, as I mentioned, we don't view this as this clarification as imposing some form of ARIC paradigm. We view it as necessary to make sure that all resources, are giving us that consistent expectation of performance. I also want to underscore that we agree with the stakeholders that have recommended that we should not make perfect the enemy of good, and that we should think of longer-term solutions that give us the majority of the benefit and that minimize complexity. So in this context, at this point, I think the ISO is of the opinion that it would be better to have that modeling solution be based on information in the master file. This minimizes the complexity of the solution. It limits potential undue use, as I mentioned, with the relationship with outages, for example. And it also incents operations and maintenance in a way that addresses the drivers of fallback. So, for example, we know that voltage imbalance could affect fallback, making it manifest earlier, or it have a more pronounced impact. So in that context, making sure that resources, are considering the breaking points as determined in the master file would incent their operations and maintenance to align with what is in the master file and to minimize the potential for it to deviate very significantly from what is registered there. So we've met with a couple of stakeholders, and we've also met internally to determine the feasibility of a solution like this, of something that is based on information included in the master file, that resources are able to provide their breaking points and their affected Pmax, Pmin, where we can model that impact linearly so as to, minimize complexity. And we want to, better understand you know, I can share that, you know, something like that is feasible, but we do need a bit more information and consideration to think about an implementation timeline at this time, because, you know, I think we all in this group are very committed to the work that is being done in this initiative, but we also, you know, as an organization have many other projects. So we want to be able to assess a realistic potential implementation timeline ahead of further discussions on this. And based on that assessment, we'll determine whether any modifications to a clarification are needed. And we'll present that in our meeting in January, along with an updated paper later that month to, as Alva mentioned before, provide a good sense of what is proposed, when can it be accomplished, and if any changes were to be done to the proposal, whether that would impact the feasibility or implementation of it. So I'll pause here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
we
pause
do have
here. I see there's Alva. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's go to Alva first, followed by Renee and then Kathleen. Just be sure to introduce yourself and keep your comments brief if you can, and don't repeat yourself. So Alva from PG&E. Go ahead, Alva. Let's test.
Thank you,
we
Brenda.
can hear you now.
Great, great, thank you. Just observation on what you said about the renewable solution and some of the proposed changes. I would think people would have to understand that if those limits could be changed dynamically, that would require obviously more work in terms of OMS. And so one of the big attractions of the solution as it was presented by Drew and Renee was that it is something that potentially is relatively easy to implement. And I think as soon as you bring in those limits being dynamic, it becomes harder to implement. You have to identify periods of time when the limits apply and so forth. And also, it then does call into question, in my opinion, the usefulness of this for protecting RA, because essentially, if you're going to change the limits so that you no longer have your 4 hours of RA capability, that should be regarded as exposing you to rain charges, in my opinion. If you've identified that you're no longer able to provide 4 hours of discharge, that would then require that you be subject to some form of penalty. So those are my observations on that proposal. I think the REV proposal in and of itself, after really helpful discussions with Drew, I think it's a very good proposal and potentially would address a lot of the issues that are involved here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alva, for sharing that perspective and noting the added complexity of having some of this be more dynamic or able to update. Renee?
Renee Steichen from Rev Renewables. Just wanted to say thank you for further consideration and discussion on our proposal, and we're open to modifications on it as we've kind of discussed before, and just feel strongly that some solution needs to happen in the near term. I know you're working on timeline, but would just urge, I know a lot of stakeholders pointed to something with fall 2026, thinking that the summer reliability time as the main kind of next time period by which any sort of reliability risks come into play. You'd want to be able to access those limits. And I think if that timeline is feasible, whether any interim solution is needed or not. So I think those are kind of still two outstanding questions I know you guys are working through, but just hope that this can be a priority for CAISO to implement in the near term. And then also, I know it doesn't get into it too much here, but just thinking about the operational side versus the RA qualifying capacity side, and I know there's, depending on what the next proposal is, we'll have a lot of details to work through, as Alva pointed out, like when would you be subject to RAIM, and when would you, what would you put in for your RA limits? I think on the RA side, making sure you can count from being fully charged and then discharging to your full capacity, to your full RA value unaffected by full back. But being able to count from being fully charged, because that's, what capacity tests do when resources get online. And so there's just some nuances we'll want to make sure we work through as we get further along. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee, for the collaboration and for the flexibility on thinking about how the proposal can be perhaps modified a bit. I will note, I think this notion of whether there is a need for an interim solution, even if this could be, okay, let me clarify, let me roll back that. I think the notion of whether there's a need for this clarification or not, depending on the timing of potential implementation of it, it more so tells us, I think, whether we're going to need new master file fields for the RA information or not. But that would still, I think, some information in the interim will be needed, because it will be really the only way we see in this moment to ensure consistency and minimize the operational risks we see, such as deviation. So I think at this time, we're not expecting necessarily that we wouldn't need to do that clarification. But thank you for feedback and for presenting this proposal and chatting with us. Let's go with Kathleen.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. Thank you. Just got unmuted. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I like the way that Renee parsed that. So I'll say capacity reflections versus operational reflections to share with the group today. Starting with the capacity reflections, I think maybe one way to be very transparent is I think that the Vistra team is looking at this in a more severe way than I hear some of my colleagues on the call. I would say RAIN is insufficient to moderate those concerns. So when you hear us saying that we don't see this as a RAIN issue, the reason is because that's not severe enough. And maybe that has been missed in our communication. So I wanted to kind of bring that to the table today and make that crystal clear. The reason we don't think it's enough is because that's not what is in the CAISO. So I wanted to point you to a couple pieces of the CAISO tariff that are very outside of storage, but not really you, but the group, because I think it's important context. There are existing provisions that contemplate, first of all, the CAISO tariff includes that storage has to be able to provide continuous sustained output across 4 hours. So that's in the tariff as well as in the QC rules. This is a different thing than RA QC. This is the CAISO's net qualifying capacity definition for NGRs. There are elements of our tariff that contemplate what the CAISO was supposed to do when resources can no longer meet that NQC that's defined in the tariff. And the consequences for no longer meeting it are actually quite severe. The consequence is that you can lose your full capacity deliverability status for the portion that you can no longer provide under your TOI. So the CAISO's rules aren't about RAIN. They actually will take your FCDF away from you if you cannot meet those requirements. And I wanted the group to be aware of that. The tariff sections, I'd recommend folks like getting internal awareness of our tariff section 40.4.4. This one describes the CAISO's testing program if they were to adopt it, how it would be used to identify the resources that can no longer meet those NQC requirements for the 4-hour period. Another really good one is section 6.1.3.4. This is about deliverability to the aggregate of load of reliability requirements. And this really is where CAISO historically has treated this issue. It's the deliverability assessment done annually. It's meant to catch these kinds of things. As a result of this, in tariff section 40.4.6, there are those reductions for deliverability that I mentioned. Highly encourage stakeholders to look at that. That is the consequence we believe is the appropriate consequence. We think the tariff rules are good. I want to see those enforced. I have some concerns, Sergio, that I think the language in the tariff that says if a CAISO testing program is stood up are powerful languages. The powerful language, I'm not sure. I don't believe CAISO has stood that up. So that's one thing. However, it is an option. It's in the tariff. It's really more of a process change. On the deliverability side, that is something that CAISO is doing on an annual basis, and that is under the tariff. So historically, honestly, we've had concerns that that process isn't being, when you raise these concerns and say it to us, what I hear in my head is CAISO not doing the deliverability assessment process like I think they're doing, like I hope they're doing, because I have faith in that. And so I just want to reverberate my concerns, right? So that is where I believe this is handled. And so I know Alva said he wanted to make sure that there was appropriate consequences and mentioned RAIN, or heard Renee mention RAIN. Honestly, that's not severe enough, and it's inconsistent with the tariff consequences that exist today. So with that, I will also add that I think that changing to the qualifying capacity rule is something that we can do at the CPUC as well. But both the CPUC and the CAISO have all of the tools in their toolkit to handle this, and I strongly encourage you to do it in the right way, where you're changing the NQC rather than approaching this from a what do you RAIN perspective, because RAIN is not severe enough. If you want to react to that, I'm happy to, but I had one last very brief operational comment. That's my RA feedback.
Yeah, just a quick reaction. I have a clarifying question and a reaction. So what I'm hearing you say is that you believe the consequence of not being able to reach a given performance standard through a test should be captured in deliverability assessments as defined by the language you shared, and that is an actual, let's say, more real disincentive than RAIN, and that is the adequate place for that to be reflected as opposed to the clarification we've been discussing. Is that a good summary of?
That is correct. I do not believe RAIN is a good tool or designed. It's not a tool that was designed to moderate accurate QCs.
So based on that perspective, now that I have answered my clarifying question, my quick reaction would be, we agree that this is not merely a RAIN issue. We believe this is an issue of how resources, what is the expected performance of these resources based on how they are currently inconsistently represented. So we agree that this goes beyond RAIN. We agree that this goes beyond RA, truly. This is about how resources are represented and what our grid operators can expect them to perform at. And we want to make sure that they have a consistent expectation across all assets. Now, that has other benefits, like, as I mentioned before, we don't need to use outages, we don't need to be concerned about RAIN at this point, and then we'll just be able to have a modeled solution that then we need to think about how RAIN interacts with when you enter those ranges, et cetera. But I did want to note that, Kathleen, that we agree that this goes beyond RAIN. That's precisely why we think this clarification is needed across the board, not just for RA resources or for resources internal to California. Now you can go on with your second point. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And maybe just to put a ribbon around my first point, the intent of all of our rules combined are that I can be a 100 megawatt storage asset. And if my SOC degrades over time, or if I didn't build it to be able to meet that over 4 hours, that the deliverability test catch that. There's a reduction of deliverability, let's say down to 90 megawatts, that I can sell for RA purposes, but I can still provide up to 100 megawatts during times where the grid needs that 100 megawatts. The 10 megawatts of between 90 and 100 is associated with the energy-only status, not eligible to be sold for RA, but is available for energy reasons when the energy market needs it to meet reliability. And that is like the aggregate of our design. And if you make this clarification to make it so we can never provide that incremental 10 megawatt to ride us through a shortage condition, you're physically withholding energy from the market that could be made available for the purpose of us not having an EEA, right?
Yes.
And so
we've
just on
seen that perspective in the comments.
My operational. Oh, sorry. I just want to land and then I'll give you the floor because I've used the mic too long. We have this perspective. Unfortunately, we can't concede on this because district cares about reliability. And so this is going to be something that we will have to escalate. Well. I'm sure yes, I know. But we care strongly. And I'm sure we share the same. This isn't about CAISO, but we care strongly about reliability. It is, and we cannot concede on things that we think are going to have an adverse reliability outcome. So I just want to be super transparent that if clarifications are submitted and if they appear to us that they are going to be leading to reliability risks, that will not be something that we'll be able to compromise on, and we will have to continue to communicate that all the way up. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. I would just say we understand the perspective you shared, but we don't share the conclusion that the clarification, we believe the clarification is aligned with reliability precisely because of the inconsistent representation and deviations that result from it. And we also agree that, allowing for a model enhancement that would allow us to access that energy reliably is desirable. As we drive towards that, we need to preserve the consistent representation so as to enhance the current state of inconsistency that we see. But I appreciate the feedback and the comments as well. Let's go with Don.
Don Trethewey from the California Energy Storage Alliance. I'm not going to belabor the points, but both Kathleen and Renee made good points regarding the linkage of RA to operating parameters. That's we continue to find that problematic. But I would really note that I think at a high level, what this proposal is saying is that from the period in which this guidance is provided until a master file change can be put in place, that CAISO will not be able to access through the market the foldback region. And at 16,000 megawatts, that's a big deal. 16,000 megawatts of storage, that could be potentially a big deal and gets to, I think, the reliability concerns that Kathleen was raising. And so I think that's what we need to understand is how long, if we went down the CAISO proposal, how long would the CAISO market not be able to access the foldback region? And that does two things. It limits that supply being available through the market, and it limits storage operators from earning revenue during those critical reliability times as well. And so I think that's where if it's a long period of time before you can implement that, for instance, over the summer, you know, you might be harming yourself, where a more appropriate approach would be maintain the status quo until you actually get the master file changes put in place, so that the fallback region for those willing to make it available continue to make it available to you. Thanks.
Thank you for the perspective, Don. I think, you know, I'll start with the second point you raised on how long will it take. That's definitely something that we are, you know, working on to be able to provide more information in our January meeting and upcoming posting. And that will also give a better sense of, you know, the clarification's potential impact of, you know, do we just need to do this for a shorter period of time and then we'll be able to revert back since we have the model solution. So that's one point, or either revert back or add new parameters in the master file now, so that we have both the unaffected range and the range affected, the range including the affected portion. So that's one piece. And then on the first comment, what I hear is it would be extremely valuable in our next discussion and the paper to include information about the estimated impact. I think we've strived to do that in our prior meeting. We saw in comments, particularly I think from Cal Advocates, that they might speak right after these questions around, you know, there might be some analysis questions that would help guide the perspective of different stakeholders. So that's something we can incorporate as well. Does that address your comment, Tom? Those two?
Sure. Thanks.
Let's go with Paul.
From Public Advocates, the CPUC. Thanks for presaging my question. Have you performed an assessment of the impact of the QC on the overall fleet? Having some harder numbers would, I think, help us, you know, kind of understand what the impacts over on the RA side and CPUC will likely be. And we, you know, if you haven't, we'd certainly look forward to that in the issue paper or the next presentation.
Yes, Paul, thank you for the question. Could you restate your name for the recording? I think it cut off a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Paul Warhatch from Public Advocates.
Thank you. So I think, you know, I saw in the comments submitted this question of trying to assess the potential impact that this might have in terms of NQC. I think there are a couple of complications around that question. The first one would be the impact really is around megawatt hours, which first we'd need to identify that range, which, as we've talked about in the prior meeting, offers significant complication because it's not just about whether a resource was able to reach a certain state of charge, but also did it do it consistently with its expectation of performance at the Pmax or Pmin that we thought of it could achieve. And that can be impacted by other drivers that worsen nonlinearity, like voltage imbalance. So first we need to do this assessment of, you know, how many megawatt hours do we think are involved. From the information we've seen, we think it really is not that many. But then the next level would be to translate that into the resources if and when they were shown for RA, because we know that these resources, you know, have different trends on how they're shown as well. So I think, you know, it's not a trivial endeavor. We can think how to best present an assessment of it, but I think overall, what I'm hearing really both from the comments and the interaction today is that people want to know two things. what's the timeline of a longer solution to even see if a clarification is merited, which from our perspective at this time, it is. And then the second one is, what would be the impact on energy and potentially also NQC of that clarification, which we currently believe it wouldn't be as significant, but we'll need to further that analysis ahead of the update paper. Okay, see, I think Paul is out of the queue. Please let us know through the chat if you had any follow-ups, and we'll try to address that. We have about 5 minutes left for this topic, so I really urge stakeholders to be concise in their comments. Let's go with Jonah.
Morning. So this is Jonah Cabral from Portland General Electric, and yeah, Sergio, thank you for the discussion this morning and to all the stakeholders. So I just want to take a second to talk about this from the EIM, EDEM participant side. This discussion has been, a lot of the drivers behind this proposal, like the QC stuff, RA counting, RAIM. That's, those are very California specific frameworks. And again, those frameworks just don't apply to us. Portland General Electric, we are not subject to CPUC rules. And so I just wanted to recenter the conversation and make sure that the CAISO is considering how this proposal will impact non-CAISO BA market participants, especially as we move towards EDAM. We want to be able to participate the entire range of the capacity, the entire capacity of the batteries that we've procured. We've got a lot of batteries that are coming online in the coming years. Like, we've accelerated the procurement, and batteries are super important for us. So to hear that, again, there may not be a clear timeline. To me, it doesn't seem super clear for how long this solution would endure, especially as we're bringing on more resources, is a little bit concerning. Maybe, maybe a clear timeline would be helpful. But again, this is something that's happening region-wide as more batteries are coming online. And so I'm just not hearing I just want to make sure that we're keeping in mind in this conversation that there are a lot of entities that may be listening to this right now that are not, are not impacted by the nuances of this conversation. So I think we mentioned that in comments a little bit, but I did want to get it into the verbal record as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. No, we appreciate that perspective and understand that. I think, we're trying to be pretty clear here that what we're seeking with this clarification is not to impose some form of RA-driven framework. That's just the fact that the PUC gets the data they need is just an added benefit, I would say. But really what we're thinking about here is, we need consistent expectation of performance ahead of any plan modification. We hear stakeholders, they ask to pursue this rather quickly. We're definitely working on that, but and we'll provide further context on the potential for implementation. Well, not the potential timeline for implementation. Let's go with John and then Rahul, and I think after that we'll move on to our next topics. Thank you.
John Rumble from Southern California Edison. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, John.
Hi, Sergio. I want to thank you very much for the conversation today, and SCE very much supports what you're trying to accomplish with ensuring this consistency in representation of storage resources, and moving forward as expeditiously as possible so that we can then move forward with that longer term durable solution. And to echo what Paul had said, we certainly would appreciate, and we think it would be very helpful to the broader stakeholder community to get a really clear view of what that impact would be. If I remember correctly from the last meeting, you showed some charts that made it seem as though there would not be a substantive or maybe not substantive is the right word, but a terribly significant impact by the implementation of this change. So we would definitely support moving forward, and want to thank you for all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And yeah, just to recap for other stakeholders, what we presented last time was really about, we think that probably under 5% of resources might need to tweak something around their minimum minimum continuous energy limit, and probably about 20% of resources might need to update a tiny bit around their maximum continuous energy limit. And here we're really talking about the extremes of state of charge, let's say the last 0.1%. So, while that information does not represent directly the NQC impact, as Paul mentioned before, it does tell us that very few resources might need to do very targeted changes. So we expect that the impact would not be as significant. Let's go with Raul, and then we'll close up this topic. Thank you. Raul, we can't hear you yet. Maybe you're double muted with your phone?
He may be double muted. In case we can come back to him because it's not showing up as his audio connected at this time.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, we should move forward with the next topics, and we'll ask Raul to maybe send us a chat or an email, and we'll be able to converse with him offline. So with that, I'll stop here, and I'll pass it on to Dinesh. Dinesh, would you like to be able to control the slides?
Yeah, that would be great. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Brenda. Okay, so just a heads up for anyone following along on an offline copy. The slides are sort of in a different order than what we had planned for the agenda. And, we'll first cover the follow DOT, co-located follow DOT topic. And then after that, we will go and discuss the distribution level charging constraints topics. Okay. So first thing, just to give a little setting first, these slides were up for discussion in the last sort of meeting, but as Sergio had mentioned, due to sort of time constraints from other topics and sort of ensuring that we had good discussion there, we deferred this conversation to today. So the slides that you're seeing here are the same slides that were planned for presentation the last meeting, and we received a couple comments from stakeholders, sort of kind of help, like in response to the comments. In response to the slides, we received sort of a couple comments from stakeholders. So thank you very much for that. Next steps are to put this topic and the other topics into sort of the paper that comes out in the around December 18th of this month, and then after that we will take the stakeholder comments, written stakeholder comments on both this sort of conversations that we have today and the written materials that will come out later this month. Okay, great. So this is some background that I think we've covered before, but I just wanted to cover again because it's been a couple months since we've had a conversation on the co-located follow DOT topic. So what is a follow DOT? The ISO may issue dispatch instructions in response to sort of real-time market results, and that resources must fully and promptly comply with those instructions. When the ISO issues some sort of instruction, it includes a dispatch operating target. So your dispatch instructions include a dispatch operating target. That is what a DOT is. And when it's follow the DOT, it's, make sure that you're not producing above the DOT for renewable resources only, right? So other resources that receive a follow DOT may have to follow exactly that DOT. Renewables, they can produce up to the follow DOT, and they can't exceed the follow DOT. Also for variable energy resources, the ideal is that the follow DOT is off the optimal dispatch that the ISO knows the resource can produce, right? So for VERs, that optimal dispatch is based off of the most recent forecast prior to that 5-minute market run that issues the follow DOT. So in the case of co-located resources are resources that share a point of interconnection. And when the ISO issues a follow DOT to co-located variable energy resources in a couple of additional circumstances. One is to ensure that the total awards do not exceed that point of interconnection or that sort of shared limit across the resources behind the point of interconnection. And the second thing is to ensure that ancillary service awards and capacity is deliverable, right? So currently in terms of implementation, all AS awards for non-VER co-located resources trigger in sort of corresponding variable energy resources follow DOT, right? So for example, you could have a solar and a battery behind a point of interconnection, sharing that limit. And anytime the battery gets gets an ancillary service award, it will trigger this follow DOT mechanism for the variable energy resource. Kathleen, do you have a question? Let's take them as we go on this topic.
Hey, no, thank you. I do have a clarifying question. Thanks for going through this. So Dinesh, I was trying to better understand, like operationally, what is happening. So we've talked a lot about this at a higher level, but like, can we go a level deeper? So like, let's say the storage unit is on AGC. BER, I assume, is also on AGC. It's getting its dispatch instructions, right? And so my question, okay, so the question I have is, if they're both getting their AGC instructions, then they're operating consistent with whatever this rule is that you're describing, because that would be automated in the AGC, right? And so I was trying to understand, is this just, are you trying to clarify for us what you're doing in the AGC logic, or are you trying to change what you're doing in the AGC logic, or is there something else you're expecting a generator owner to do in addition to just following their AGC?
So at this point in time, this is a clarification on what we are doing today, right? Okay. And what is happening, right? So we haven't gotten to any sort of the kind of changes of guidance. This is just what is happening. Is that the non-VER is sort of following that AGC guidance, right? Whatever it has to do with the regulation resource and what have you. I'm not entirely sure, and Sergio might have an answer here too. I'm not entirely sure if the variable energy resource is actually on that AGC, where it's getting that automatic generation control, and instead what it's getting is it gets follow DOT saying do not exceed what your energy award was from the 5-minute market, right?
That clarification would be helpful, yeah.
So my sense is that it gets that 5-minute thing, right? Because I mean the variable energy resource has it's variable, right? If there is some deviation from the forecast in terms of what the resource can produce, with a follow DOT, we try to let that, if the solar resource can't produce, right, or can't generate electricity, then it can't generate electricity, right? We don't hold it to saying it needs to produce this level of electricity, right? So my sense is, my inclination is that the variable energy resource would not be on the AGC because they're not getting AS awards either. But I may be incorrect on that. But what I do know is that the follow DOT is the thing that caps that variable energy resource, right? To prevent like generation past its energy award, right? And that is used to protect the AS award on the battery, or sort of the non-variable energy resource, when the AGC is deviating it up and down, to ensure that the battery can sort of move up and down accordingly, according to those AS awards it receives. Does that make sense?
It makes me feel better that we have the same question, so that does make sense. Yes, what you're describing from a high-level rule perspective does make sense to me. I had assumed they were on AGC, and so I'm trying to figure out if there's an affirmative action, if the CAISO is trying to make clear affirmative action is needed to change, or if it's just clarifying how AGC is functioning today. It's just practically different from a procedure perspective, how we communicate and talk about it on an operations level. So I appreciate you getting clarity on that for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. And to be clear, I think the proposal that we will have going forward, my sense is whether or not it's on AGC already would not actually impact what the proposal is and what we see as something that would meet the ISO's needs, as well as meeting sort of the concern that was brought by NextEra Energy Resources. Okay, great. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide then. So speaking of NextEra Energy Resources, so NER submitted in the policy roadmap for the 2025 policy roadmap sort of a topic on this co-located follow DOT flag. And that is kind of how this issue first was brought up by stakeholders. It was identified in that policy roadmap as something that we could actually talk about here and potentially, have the discussions to get sort of resolution on this issue that NextEra Energy Resources had raised. So in that submission, NER kind of brought up a couple concerns related to having this kind of procedure in place, where in their view, providing that follow DOT flag discourages co-located non-VAR participation in AS, because of if you're participating in AS and then your VAR gets a follow DOT, then that is something that you're limiting your renewable energy resource production, right? And then concerns about around price formation, and then also especially a bigger concern is on coordination issues, right? So what if your variable energy resource, which is getting the limit, has a different owner or SC than the battery, right? The battery may benefit from having the AS award, but the variable energy resource gets sort of an additional limit in place. So another kind of statement they put forth was they believe that the ACC, the Aggregate Capability Constraint Controller, that is put in place by resources, ensures that the co-located resources combined output stays below the point of interconnection. And with all of that in mind, the ISO should revisit whether or not we should have this flag. And if we do have the flag, whether it remains necessary in all instances that co-located resources receive AS awards. So a couple things from the ISO side, right, where it was as I kind of stated earlier, it is very important to the ISO that ancillary services are deliverable. Right? I think Kathleen had brought it up earlier that Vistra is also concerned about reliability. We are very concerned about reliability as well. And this is an example of we want to make sure that at all times that ancillary service award is deliverable if possible. So, there is still kind of some concern about if we don't have the flag, the variable energy resource could produce past its sort of forecast and could still encroach on that ancillary service award. And previous proposals that we had earlier this year or previous sort of potential kind of pathways for implementation, to remove that follow DOT when there's a regulation down award, we've later found that actually didn't ensure that the regulation down award was still deliverable. And so because of that, we sort of took it back to the drawing board, and we've come up with this new guidance and new potential sort of implementation here. And that is to have instead, so it is to keep issuing that follow DOT. However, putting in a formula in place such that the follow DOT takes into account what available headroom there is in the aggregate capability constraint. Essentially, use all the room that's left in the interconnection, and then sort of divide that up accordingly. Where we protect the upward commodities, protect the energy awards for the battery, while at the same time, using all the room that's left in the interconnection, right? And so this is the formula, right? So that variable energy resource dispatch operating target is equal to kind of that total, kind of the ACC minus all the stuff that needs to be protected. And in sort of smaller print below, that's kind of, there's a little bit more deeper sort of clarifications and sort of implementation details that would be attached to that. So when it comes to multiple resources, right, there is, it's the same headroom, but how do we allocate it to the different variable energy resources? So this is, let's say you have one point of interconnection and you have two solar resources and a battery, right? Or a solar resource and a wind resource and a battery behind that single point of interconnection. What would be the next steps here? And the kind of the proposal here is to deviate, to sort of distribute it by pro rata on the energy award, right? So this assumes, this ensures that whatever that follow DOT is issued at is following the market optimization and sort of in coordination in terms of economic bidding, in terms of outages, in terms of whatever sort of constraints that are also taken into account on that 5-minute market. And one other thing is that, there is also a Pmax constraint where if the headroom in this formula means that, you're going to exceed your Pmax, well, the assumption is that your Pmax is a limit for the total amount of generation your resource can produce. If there are other resources that could benefit from this headroom and potentially have the ability to generate and in ways that would otherwise be limited, we should actually give that opportunity to that other resource rather than sort of giving you headroom past your Pmax. So this is an example of where what this would look like. So as you can see, in this point of interconnection has a solar, a wind, and a battery behind it, right? And in this case, the battery is receiving energy awards, but it's also receiving ancillary service awards, right? Because the battery is receiving that ancillary service award, we issue a follow DOT to the solar and the wind resources. Now, how do we, the blue bars are what was awarded in the 5-minute market, right? So, you know, the solar was awarded a 10 megawatt sort of award, and the wind was awarded 4 megawatts. And these kinds of awards were also based off of you know, what the most recent forecast we had going into that 5-minute market. When you add up all the blue, you get the 29 megawatts awarded of the ACC, as you see in this last column. We know, though, that the ACC has 36 megawatts of room. Right? Under this formulation, we would take those extra 7 megawatts, 36 minus 29, and distribute it into the dispatch operating targets for the solar and wind resources, right? So currently, a follow DOT would be equivalent to the award. So the current what is happening currently is that the solar resource would get a follow DOT of 10 megawatts, and the wind resource would get a follow DOT, a dispatch operating target of 4 megawatts. Under this sort of method, the solar gets an additional 5 megawatts of headroom, and the wind gets an additional 2 megawatts of headroom, such that the dispatch operating target increases to 15 megawatts or 6 megawatts in comparison to what we are currently doing in terms of practice. And you know, this is something that at this point neither of the resources have hit the PMAX. If, let's say, the solar would be getting headroom that exceeds the PMAX, you take the additional and you move it to the other resource that could use it, right? So the wind could use may be able to use the sort of the extra 2 megawatts of room, and the solar is kind of capped out at that 20 megawatt. Okay. With that, you know, just some closing questions. You know, we received some positive sort of initial feedback from stakeholders, and you know, hopefully in this discussion, this discussion is helping clarify sort of what the proposal is at hand, and sort of, you know, we can dive into whether or not this is something that meets the needs that were specified by stakeholders. And then another question is, are there other considerations we need to take into account here that you know, we can look into whether or not the variable energy resources are on AGC. We can sort of check with technical experts and sort of get back to Kathleen on that and others in the paper. Are there any other things that we should, you know, double check and before a next step to include the write-up in the paper? Okay. I see a hand from Sam. Brenda, could we unmute Sam, please?
Yes, go ahead, Sam. Introduce yourself for our recording. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi there. This is Sam Heil from NextEra. I'll start with two what I think are pretty easy clarification questions. One from the plain language of the formula in this presentation. It sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the proposal is essentially to continue issuing the follow DOT flag, but really reframe it as essentially saying, you know, if the battery clears any kind of ancillary, the VER or VERs are free to use up however much available ACC headroom there is, you know, subject to the pro rata allocation if there are multiple ones, to get without regard to whatever the VER's respective 5-minute forecasts for availability might be. So just to give a very simple example, if you have a 100 megawatt POI, let's say the battery is 50 megawatts and it's fully cleared for some kind of ancillary service. So we have 50 megawatts of headroom. Let's say there's a co-located VER there, and its 5-minute forecast from the last run was 40 megawatts of availability, but instantaneously it may have a little bit extra availability over the next 5 minutes. It sounds like we're saying the VER can freely bounce around as much as it wants, subject to the cap of that 50. You know, it can use as much of that remaining 50 megawatts headroom as possible if it's the only VER there. And so it no longer would have to be frozen to the 5-minute forecast of its availability that it got from CAISO, which my understanding is currently that's what sort of forms the basis of the current follow DOT instruction. Does that sound right?
Yeah, at a high level, that's correct. I mean, the one clarification is that there are other sort of constraints or sort of other things that are folded into the market model that may affect something, right? That's something that all of those pre-existing things will stay. But from a high level, that is correct. That is great. That's an accurate summary of what the proposal is here.
Excellent. That really addresses largely why we asked for this to be scoped into the initiative. We didn't like being frozen to that 5-minute forecast because it effectively, ignores any incremental capability that we might have on a minute-to-minute basis that could be accessible to the market, right, without violating the POI constraint. So that's great news. And then the other easy clarification I think I had was just when you were talking about multiple VERs and allocating the headroom and letting one potentially go over its Pmax as long as there's headroom and no one else is available. Is that just kind of in the scenario where you have a VER that's really overbuilt or something, and it like how physically could the VER go over its Pmax? Are you just talking about overbuild generally there?
So I think it's actually the other way around, where like, the assumption is that the VER can't go past the Pmax, right? So, any extra headroom then spills over, right? I think in terms of your question about, well, what if there's all resources have their, Pmax fulfilled? I think that is something that whether or not we will be able to, once all resources behind a point of interconnection have their Pmaxes, their follow DOT is up to that Pmax, whether or not we can exceed that, I think that's something that I would prefer to leave up to sort of the implementation teams in terms of whether the logic is easier to keep the follow DOT at the Pmax or whether it's easier to, let that follow DOT ride up just in terms of how the logic is coded. And yeah, I mean, if there's an overgeneration situation, maybe it's because the resource is overbuilt. Or excuse me, if there's a generation past that Pmax, maybe it's because the resource could be overbuilt.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Thanks for clarifying. Well, yeah, so I guess to answer the first bullet, since we're the ones that brought this into the initiative originally, I would say yes, from my understanding, this formula would meet the goals of our request. So I just wanted to definitely thank the ISO for letting us kind of port this over from the policy catalog to this initiative, and for all the other stakeholders for hearing us out on it. We're really excited to move forward with this and think it will unlock a lot of value as we think about participating, with co-located batteries in the future in the AS markets. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Sam. Much appreciated for your continued engagement here.
Next, we have Alva. Let's go ahead, Alva.
Hello, Dinesh, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Alva from PG&E. I just had two detail questions on here, which you probably answer, but one is there's a special dispensation, I believe, that some co-located resources have to be able to charge from excess production. Is there any interaction between that and this change?
Do you mind providing a little bit more details in terms of your understanding of what that charge from excess production would mean here?
Well, my understanding is that a battery could charge, a solar resource could deviate up, and that, and in fact, possibly even above the Pmax, above what's the ACC constraint, and that could be used to charge the battery. I'm really just reacting, so don't take this as any deep thought. I just wanted to bring these up because I hadn't understood this proposal until now. It was very well presented. So I just wanted to, in a sense, I'm just asking to make sure that there are no unexpected interactions there, not that you can tell me what the answer is. Similarly, I was curious as to whether there was any implications of this change in the way the DOT is defined for the solar in terms of how the actual economic dispatch function is performed in the 5-minute market, where I believe there is a correction that can get made based on initial conditions that deviate from schedule. And I don't know how that would interact here with the solar resource. It probably would not, but I just wanted to ensure for myself that there's no interaction between this relaxed concept of the DOT and how you would be doing the economic dispatch, ramping from the starting point in the 5-minute model to the what you're going to call the dispatch, which obviously in these cases is not necessarily what the solar resource is going to deliver, because you're saying you can deliver more if you want, but there's still there's a dispatch, there's a clearing according to the load forecast, which yields what the putative schedule of the solar is. So I just wanted to understand whether this is going to change that in any way, whether there's any unforeseen consequences there.
Okay. I think what's also happening is I'm trying to catch up to where you are at, Alva. So let's first do that first question you had about, about if there's extra production, or bonus production, let's call it bonus production I like the sound of bonus production, right? So if there's sort of a little bit of extra bonus that we get from a variable energy resource, from what I'm understanding you're saying is that can sometimes be used under, even if it exceeds the PMAX, to charge the battery resource. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was my understanding. And of course, I don't have a co-located resource, so I'm just like asking about details here.
Yeah. So I don't have a full I don't have a co-located resource either, but so I don't have a full picture here, but from what I'm hearing, this should be fine. We can double check. But my sense here is that this would also probably the same kind of the same feature that you're bringing up here would actually probably also apply to the sort of the follow DOT, right? Where maybe it's also not only is it just PMAXs, if we have a dispatch operating target and the resource is exceeding it, maybe that excess can be used to charge the battery resource. And my sense here is that that is something that is still allowable, right? So what we're doing in terms of the logic is changing the DOT limit, right? So maybe the one interaction there is that there is more energy that could potentially go to the grid instead of going to the battery. But to me, that doesn't necessarily, that you're essentially limiting the special circumstances and bringing that and sort of allowing that to kind of fold in a little better rather than, the current situation where it's taking that, what is not folded in and sort of letting it kind of roll over to the battery. So do you want to add something there?
Yeah. I think a couple of things. So first, in a co-located resource currently, they have the option to be able to, given the flagged use for the upward charge indicator, which is not really a flag, it's an hourly bit parameter, but using that, they're basically able to ensure that they might be able, if there is this charging bit, they might be able to deviate or produce up to that need. I think in this context, that would only impact the energy, the headroom available, but I don't expect any other distinct interaction. I think this is something definitely that we can explore further in the paper. And the concern perhaps would be that we preserve that ability, or what would be kind of prioritized, right? The ability of the resource to be able to capture excess given an existing charging bid, or the ability of the BER to be able to capture the headroom. But independently, I think in both situations, a trade would be made, and the BER would be able to sell more. So I don't expect an additional impact there if I understood the question correctly. But thank you. Yeah, thank you for letting me
Sounds
have that.
reasonable.
Yeah, and last thing to add there, Sergio, I also suspect that whatever the prioritization is currently, in terms of whether that headroom goes to would come to us or go to the variable energy resource, it's the same prioritization, right? So that's not changing, and that to me that means that we wouldn't have that interaction, but we can go and double check for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously you're going to do some programming here, and I just wanted to make sure that that one and the other question were considered, and presumably there's probably no ill effects, but I just wanted to make sure that that those weren't missed. That's all.
Awesome. So let's Alva, could you just maybe go through briefly on that question again that you had, the second question, just to make sure that we at least if we're able to provide an initial response, we can provide it here.
Yeah, it was just on so the 5-minute dispatch has to be based on an initial condition, and then you're going to actually, dispatch the solar along with everything else to a given load forecast. And that, in fact, is going to be what would have previously been the DOT, and it is, in fact, the solution that you showed there without the headroom. And so I'm just asking how this concept of the headroom interacts with, both the initial condition and the dispatch in that 5-minute model. And I don't expect there's any ill effects, but I just wanted to raise the issue.
So this is something that would come in, my sense is the dispatch operating target sort of comes in, like it's something that comes from the 5-minute market, but it's something that's also slightly independent of it, right? But it's not actually like an optimization aspect. It is an operating target that's set, right?
Well, it should be based on what's required to clear the load. I mean, it's going to that number is not meaningless because you're trying to balance the load forecast against supply.
Yeah. So it's something that is, well, it's not the energy award, right? So the energy award is still coming through, right? And the dispatch operating target is something that's coming after.
I understood that, but I was saying how it's going to affect the energy award. Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking about. Yeah.
Right. So
I understand how the DOT is being calculated in your proposal, and it seems like a good one. I just want to make sure that the actual energy awards and the initial conditions are being set. There's not like some unexpected effect of putting in this slack into the formulation in terms of how the optimization is being done.
Thank you, Alva. So this is something that, my understanding here is that there's no interactions between sort of that DOT and the energy award. We can parking lot this and sort of have, we'll make sure that we have some sort of written language that's provided in terms of the paper. And then we can also sort of revisit this if this is something that we are offline. How does that sound, Alva?
Thank you. That's fine.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh, I see one more question or a comment from Sam here.
Yes. Hi again. I just wanted to chime in because Alva's first point, really got me thinking. It sounded like the comment was about what my company might refer to as clipping capture. So kind of taking the energy that would otherwise be clipped at the inverter or POI from overbuilt solar and using it to directly charge the battery. So maybe just to return to the simple example I had, at the beginning of my last comment. If we have 100 megawatt POI and the battery is doing 50 of some kind of ancillary, but it also has some room to charge still. And let's say, so we have 50 megawatts of headroom remaining at the POI, and we established under this proposal, if there's just one co-located VER, that VER would essentially be told, don't generate more than 50 megawatts because we have to make sure the battery's AS is deliverable, which is great. But if that VER is significantly overbuilt, let's say it's 100 megawatts or something, and maybe it has the capability to generate a full 70, let's say, under this proposal, do we know if the existing ACC logic, which my understanding was it does let you do what we're calling clip capture, would that logic still persist such that the VER could actually get a DOT of 70, but 20 of that gets netted out by the battery charging award if the battery's economic, such that the net upward VER capability at the POI is within the 50 cap? Or maybe the answer is no, under the current formulation, the DOT is 50, and maybe it would have been nice for that VER to generate more and do some clip capture and charge it into the battery directly, but we're not there yet.
So I will take thank you, Sam. This was very helpful in terms of, providing a perspective that is, on the ground on this. So did you mention that this is something called, was it called quick capture or clip capture?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we call it like, I've heard clipped or clipping, either energy that's getting clipped at the invert. Yeah, that would otherwise be thrown away, I guess.
Great. So I will take that and I will sort of go and kind of discuss internally and see if we can kind of narrow down and get a confirmation on what's going on here. How's that sound?
That sounds great. Thank you. And thanks for Alba for raising that. You're always a couple steps ahead of me on this stuff.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll move on to our next topic. So we'll move back to the slides on the next topic. Okay. I see a comment in the chat. Is this something? No. Okay, we're good. So next topic we're going to discuss is we'll talk about the update on outage reporting for distribution level resources, specifically focused on the charging constraints. So a little background that you all have seen before in terms of prior presentations here is that when we're talking about distribution level resources, we're really talking about distribution level market participating resources. So these are resources that, to the ISO look like other market participating supply side non-aggregation resources. However, the one difference is that they're interconnected through a distribution network rather than directly to the ISO's bulk transmission system. These resources generally are interconnected under the FERC jurisdictional WDATs. There's some resources that, it's not a requirement that they're under WDATs. There are some sort of other different ways that can be interconnected into this group of resources, but generally, for the most part, they're under WDAT agreements. And the WDATs are established by the distribution utility. So this may be, oftentimes these are sort of, these are large sort of IOUs, the ones who own that distribution utility wires. And because of this, there are two sets of rules that need to be followed here, right? There is the ISO tariff and market participation rules, and then there's also the WDAT, right? And outlined in the WDAT, there are circumstances, albeit limited, there are circumstances where the distribution utility may limit resources to avoid loss of load in its territory. One example of this limitation in terms of how it plays out is in some territories, the distribution utility has put in charging constraints, right? So when resources are looking to interconnect via the distribution utility, the assets can choose between different sort of flavors of charging service, right? So, with firm charging service, it has a higher priority than as available charging. And the idea behind firm charging is that, it's something that the infrastructure at the distribution level exists such that there is a bit more of a guarantee that the charging service would be received. And less likely to have some sort of constraint coming from the distribution utility. And, resources have the choice, right? But on the flip side, resources there are costs that come with that firm charging distribution service. There may be costs related to timeline, and there may be costs related to actual sort of money costs in terms of needing to build out sort of or sort of build infrastructure. And so oftentimes, or sometimes resources can choose or may choose that as available charging distribution service. And then with that, there is a knowledge that these assets will face charging or may face charging constraints set by the distribution utility. And what the crux of this conversation is due to those charging constraints, assets may be unavailable to charge in certain hours or discharge per ISO dispatch. So an example of when this asset may be unable to discharge is if they couldn't charge beforehand, right? There's no charge in sort of the storage resource. There's no ability to discharge per ISO dispatch later in the day. So a couple guiding principles that we had sort of touched on in kind of the last probably 2 meetings ago at this point is one that, the ISO needs a bit more, we need the transparency on these charging constraints, especially for resources providing RA, right? And, a couple of years back, there was another conversation where the ISO sort of directed that resources use the outage management system to capture distribution level charging constraints, right? Where, if there is some sort of constraint, put it in as an outage, right? And, at that time, the ISO did not, the ISO sort of stated that the guidance is use the existing sort of categories, the nature of work, best as possible, and then whatever fits the circumstance best from the resource perspective. And this kind of also came about because there were resources. The ISO saw situations where resources were using a nature of work that did not seem to that specifically was different than what the purpose of the nature of work did not match the sort of the uses of it by resources on charging constraints from the ISO's perspective. And from that conversation, we had 11 stakeholders provide feedback, and 9 stakeholders requested additional guidance on which nature of work to use per the existing policy at hand. From that, a couple of days ago, the ISO submitted proposed revision request 1656. So this is in the BPM change management process. And this PRR clarifies that distribution level charging constraints fall under the ambient due to fuel insufficiency nature of work. And if for more information about how how that looks in terms of what the other nature of works are there, that's all in outage management BPM section 3.4. And the language is the modifications are as follows. So first off is a removal from that purpose category, stating that it's only for resource adequacy requirements, or resources subject to resource adequacy requirements. And then the other thing is, adding the second sentence stating that, situations of resources that are storage resources or hybrid resources with a storage component that are on outage due to charging limitations that are not related to sort of transmission or distribution equipment outages. Those are things that fall under the ambient due to fuel insufficiency, because there is there is insufficient fuel of the storage resource charging from the grid. That last clause about the unrelated to transmission or distribution equipment outages, that also is a nod to the transmission induced generator outage card, which is another sort of nature of work, and the situations that apply there are still going to apply there, right? If there's some sort of outage on some sort of equipment that is, in the transmission and distribution system that doesn't have to do with the resource, that is something that still goes under the TIGO nature of work. And this BPM revision, to be clear, clarifies existing policy on nature of work for distribution level charging constraints. Okay, so one of the other things that came up from stakeholder comments and sort of questions, verbal questions as well, is that some stakeholders suggested that charging restrictions are beyond resource control and actually should be modeled by the ISO. And that until they're modeled, resources should use a RAIN exempt nature of work, right? Where, this is the assumption here was that the ISO should be modeling it, and therefore, that's because when it's modeled, it will be RAIN exempt, because it won't be an outage, right? Therefore, in the interim, it should use a RAIN exempt nature of work. So the ISO believes that resources, had with these as available charging constraints, they chose to interconnect with these potential constraints, right? So the choice was made to have as available charging, and with the as available charging comes potential charging constraints, right? And while the exact charging constraints may not be known at the time, or may not even be known until the day of, right? The potential existence was agreed upon by both the distribution utility and the resource. And another sort of aspect here is that the NERC sort of data reporting instructions specifically state the situation as something within resource management control. And if it's within resource management control, then this is something that the ISO does not see as something that should be have sort of a RAIN exempt nature of work, because it is within the resource's control about that, on whether or not the resource has to go into outage. Okay, so we'll get to the questions after this slide. I just wanted to make it, one of the other questions that came from stakeholders was, what are the next steps here? And the next steps here are a normal BPM change management process, right? So in terms of the perspective of what this looks like, it's the target for final implementation is mid-February or early February, right? At the finalization of the BPM change management process. So all the steps are laid out here, including the fact that we're having this courtesy discussion per request from stakeholders to, have a follow-up discussion in the policy initiative around this topic. And, from this point on, we will, have this conversation in the around the proposed version request in the BPM change management process, with all the steps listed accordingly. Okay, great. So let's take questions now. Brenda, could you unmute the first caller for us?
Yes, let's go ahead and take Michael Kramick, and let's make sure you introduce yourself. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
Hi, this is Mike Kramick from Boston Energy. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you go back to, I think it was slide 22 or 23? Yeah. So first bullet is kind of almost, so the ISO needs transparency. The ISO has transparency to these charge constraints. It just chose not to recognize it. Batteries have, through telemetry, battery has a lower limit and an upper limit that are sent every 4 seconds from the battery resource to the ISO. And a storage resource with a charge constraint can set its lower limit to the actual constraint. Some constraints are dynamic through Edison's system every 4 seconds, while others are static. But to say that the ISO needs real-time transparency, you have it. Your market, you decided that for the RTD process, you don't look at those limits. But you can get the data on a 4-second basis from the resource owner, and especially those that change every 4 seconds. But the ISO just decided or has chosen to ignore that possibility. And I don't see that anywhere in this discussion about expanding the use of the lower limit and upper limit to be used by RTD. I believe AGC uses it. So I believe if you're charge constrained, AGC is looking at that lower limit. And if it changes, you won't get a reg down signal below it, but I don't believe the energy market's using it. I think that's something the ISO needs to look at, because you do have transparency. You just decided not to take advantage of it.
All right, Sergio, I saw a hand from you. Would you like to go first on this?
Yes, thank you. Michael, I think the part of the reason why you don't see a discussion on a potential future paradigm regarding the consumption of information on charging constraints is that this is focused on clarifying existing policy as requested by stakeholders. Stakeholders asked us, what nature of work should I use currently? And that's what we're doing through the BPM process. Whether there are modifications in the future would be a different discussion. What we're trying to do here is address the question of, we brought this up to make sure market participants are aware that the use of a Tigo car is inadequate. And now we are focusing on providing the clarification requested. Discussion on different or new policy is not negated by this, but it's not included simply because we're focusing on the current clarification asked for.
Great, thank you, Sergio. And I think one slight clarification to what you said there is that, the market doesn't dispatch the regulation, it awards the regulation. And that's based off of that resources capacity. But I echo Sergio's comments here. At this time we are focused on, making sure that the BPM is clear, right? And existing policy is clear. If this is something that is of interest for a future policy discussion, that is something that we will welcome in kind of written comments. If the sense is that stakeholders would like to open this up. Okay. Brendan, do you mind unmuting the next next call here? Thank you.
We have Grant. Go ahead, Grant. Please introduce yourself and maybe the slides you would like to ask for.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Grant McDaniel with Wellhead. Appreciate the conversation. It occurred to me today, and I had not put in comments earlier, either through CESA or this conversation, to this extent that, when you look at the distribution, charging constraints, there are two classes of distribution resources. There are those that are truly distribution, and those that, due to the nature of Edison's system, are actually sub-transmission, the 50 kV and above. And, for our resource in particular, when we signed our LGIA some 8 years ago, we were going to be as available, but on a temporary basis, we are on a static charging table, which assumes a transmission problem. It assumes an N-1 transmission problem, not a lack of, fuel sufficiency here. And that was to be temporary until such time as germs could come along. Now, DERMS has proved to be a little bit more complex than initially thought. So, but good news is that we are now just around 12 months, maybe a little bit more, 12, 14 months or so, out of having a CMS system that will be deployed so that we are no longer on the static charging tables. At such time, if the CMS system says, "Oh, you know what, you're reduced because of actual, congestion on the system," that's one thing. But what we have seen in all the studies is, but for a transmission problem at the sub-transmission level, we would never have a charging constraint. Obviously, not having that signal ahead of time, right? We have to use this, very strict table, which assumes a transmission. So it's really not right for us to put down that we have a fuel inadequacy when really what we have right now is a transmission problem, because that's the way we're being operated to, if that makes sense. And again, we're a little guys, we're a year out from having a CMS system, which will relieve these charging constraints from us. And so I feel like this is maybe needs one more layer of conversation before we go jetting off into this. It's especially for the sub-transmission level, it's just a different conversation.
Thank you, Grant, for your comments there. I think, and thanks for sort of the information, sort of providing the information to the community here as well. From the ISO's perspective, right, this is, the agreement and sort of the jurisdictional limitation on what's going on with that, what happens in terms of that relationship between the distribution utility and the resource is up to the distribution utility and the resource. From what we're seeing is that the resource is unable to charge, and because the resource is unable to charge, the resource does not have any fuel. Right.
I don't disagree, but our reason we don't right now, if you're sub-transmission, is because there is a transmission problem. It's a transmission outage. Now, it's not real, but it has to be modeled that way because we don't have an automated system yet, which was agreed upon. It would be temporary in nature. It's just that it's taken them longer to get there. But guys, we're close. So why put this extra burden on us, which is we're not having a lack of fuel. We have a model transmission constraint, right? The transmission outage is what is being said is causing this, right? The distribution utility, Edison in this case, is saying there is an N-1 condition, there's a transformer out at the transmission level, therefore you may not charge. It's not true, but we have to do it that way for a few more months.
Can I chime in here, Dinesh?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I would just want to say a couple of things. So the first one is, Grant, you mentioned this is a temporary arrangement that you agreed upon. I think that's the key part here.
But we didn't agree to
this is a limitation that the resource currently experiences that the resource agreed upon. What we're saying here is, if you face this, the community asks us, what nature of work should we use? We're clarifying what should be used. If later on we have a new mechanism that negates the need for submitting such outages, then you will not need to submit that outage. But currently, the policy that we're clarifying is that if you agreed on a limitation that limits the ability of the resource to secure its fuel to basically charge in this situation, we think this is the nature of work to use. Whether this is no longer needed later on, that's fine, but the community asks us for clarification on what nature of work to use when we said TIGO is inadequate. TIGO is inadequate because here we're talking about limitations that are on the resource based on how the resource agreed to be interconnected and participate. Whether temporary or not, that is agreed upon, and we're simply stating how that should be conveyed to the ISO through which nature of work.
Yeah, no disagreement at all, Sergio. I think you're spot on. And what I'm pointing out is that for some resources, some classes of resource, what is the nature of our outage? Our nature of our outage is not a lack of fuel or congestion in the area. Our nature of outage, we are being told, is a transmission constraint. Therefore, it is a transmission outage, and at least some of resources, if that's what we've been told, if that's the constraint, is a transmission outage, then we should be able to code it appropriately and not be forced into saying it's for reasons it's not true.
I think that perspective, Grant, kind of runs in a point of internal contradiction in some way, because you have expressed that there is no such transmission outage, that they're simply modeling this condition, that this resource is accepted, this limitation, and they're modeling it currently as such, based on that mutual agreement, given the difficulty of reflecting or agreeing on an alternate paradigm between the distribution, or the PTO in this case, and the assets. So saying that it's because of an outage, but at the same time saying, well, it's not really an outage, we're just modeling that constraint and we agreed to it, it leads us to conclude it's not an outage. It's really because of a kind of self-imposed limitation that should be, even if it's in the interim, recorded through a card, through a nature of work consistent with the fact that it's not due to an actual transmission-induced generator outage. And I think, we do want to keep this timely, so perhaps we want to continue with the other attendees too. Grant, if you have any other thoughts, if not, we'll move on.
No, I'll let others chime in. It's just, it just doesn't seem fair if this is a transmission outage, which is causing the charging restriction, modeled or not. So I'll let that go at that.
Thank you much. Thank you for your comments here, Grant. Appreciate it.
We do have Dawn next, and I think Sergio's hand is still up. I think that's for the last question, but thank you. Go ahead, Dawn.
Don Trethway from CISA. I think Grant did an excellent job pointing out the oddity of this proposal. I would note that it is a little frustrating that the PRR was filed before we had this conversation. I think we would have greatly benefited from having this discussion prior to the submission of the PRR. And I agree, we asked for clarification on what nature of work you would want us to use. For example, is it not model, a limitation not in the market model? Because a lot of the talk around the distribution charging constraints was we would like to have that model, similar to what Michael Kramick brought up in other, and there's a very good example here on the N-1 contingencies where if I was a transmission interconnected resource and that constraint became binding, I would not be dispatched to charge, and I would not be subject to RAIM, because RAIM is about meeting your must-offer obligations. And in this case, these resources are meeting their must-offer obligation, consistent with what's necessary to model various constraints on the distribution system. And then, Dinesh, you also brought up that your concern is that since you have these charging limitations, that you're not going to be able to charge the batteries. And that's why we need to have these subject to RAIM. But again, there's other instances where there's resources that have restrictions on their ability to charge. And those, since they're modeled in the optimization, don't necessitate the use of an outage to have accurately reflected in the market, so that the market gives feasible dispatch instructions to the resources. So, I saw your process in terms of the PRR. Is your anticipation, your request that we continue this discussion through a protest through the BPM process, or would you consider withdrawing the PRR and continuing to have discussions in this forum?
Okay, great. Thank you, Don. So that was there were a number of points that I sort of picked up from sort of your comments there. And I kind of counted 4. And I just want to make sure we go one by one and make sure we're actually sort of having the conversation in terms of all the points that were sort of addressed here. So if I missed something, please sort of kind of reflag it. I know I thought that you've kind of gone back on mute, but like, just I want to make sure that we cover all the ground here, and that we have a conversation, and that we're really being responsive where we can. So first one is the sort of the we don't put proposals in the BPM change management process, right? The BPM change management process is for clarifications on existing policy. What is being I was hoping that these slides would sort of help kind of demarcate that a little better too, where this language is a clarification on something that already exists, right? Slide 24 is, if we're considering whether or not these resources should be it should be modeled, right? As you had said, this is something that you would like to see modeled, right? This is not something that we have had the conversations. We've had sort of the, internal checks on sort of what the feasibility would be, what the discussions about whether we should even be doing it. It's not something that is like that. To me, is a bit more closer to a proposal than what we're doing here, which is a clarification on existing policy, right? So I think that's point 1 there. Point 2 is, okay, actually, point 2 was on the modeling. And, sort of my sense here is that there is no the ISO has not made an agreement to model these sort of, these charging constraints. And if anything, Grant sort of highlighted that this is something that SCE might be making some really good progress on. And, in that case, then to me, sort of the effort of going ahead and modeling it may not actually be the right sort of policy move here, given sort of limited resources and sort of, a lot of different asks in terms of things we can do. Then the third one was around sort of RAIN, where, I think this conversation about should this be something that is RAIN exempt is something that I think you have raised this too. Like, it's kind of a larger RAIN conversation, right? It's something that, is something that is a policy aspect, and is something that, is not within scope of this BPM change, right? And finally, okay, I have notes on the 4th one, but I don't have enough notes here. So, Sergio, did you want to add comments in terms of those 3 topics here? And maybe, Don, if you could sort of, kind of restate what your 4th point was, or maybe I've addressed it already. If there's something missing here, please feel free to sort of come back online and sort of share.
Yeah, I think the last point was, I think the last point that Don was raising was about whether this should continue to be discussed in this venue, or should concerns regarding the PRR process should be raised in that process. So I just wanted to quickly, I think in summary, this is a clarification on based on the requests from stakeholders on what should be used at this time. We believe it's consistent with the fact that the charging limitations that these resources experienced were agreed upon by the resource, as stated by Grant. Whether they are seeking to reflect or not a real or modeled transmission outage is not material in this case. What is material from the ISO's perspective is that this is a limitation that is not related to an existing outage that happened, to an existing transmission-induced generator outage, something that is more so related to how the resources have agreed to operate at this time. And as Dinesh noted, if that is to have to change later on, then simply these resources will not need to use this outage cards anymore. And it seems like SE is making strides on that. So just to note that. Then on the rain points, I did want to note, Dinesh mentioned, well, that's a different conversation. I agree, but I would also note that we do want to think about this in the context of, whether just the existence of an outage and what nature of work is utilized determines the impact or potential rain consequences of an action in other contexts. So, I think as you've seen in part of the more broader conversation around rethinking rain that other initiatives have brought up and there's been work on, this is really about aligning those availability incentives, really. And then finally, on whether we can continue to discuss this, well, we think the clarification in particular should be discussed in the PRR process, whether there is additional policy recommendations or thoughts that impact distribution level market participating resources. We welcome that perspective, but at this point we're working on the ask of the clarification to be added, and if there's any concerns with that, probably the PRR process would be the best venue. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think that, thank you very much for your additional comments there, Sergio. And thanks for also sort of taking that sort of last point that Don had raised, where this is the BPM change management PRR process, right? And we want to ensure that we follow all the processes accordingly. And when we're putting there are multiple chances to comment and sort of meetings to discuss the PRR, right? And specifically, one thing I would ask is that we do focus on the PRR in these conversations, but as is the case with both our written comments here and sort of the comments in the PRR process, they are open in terms of we do not limit sort of the things that that stakeholders want to raise, right? So it's an open commenting tool on that. So. Okay, great. I'm not seeing any comments or questions at this time, so we will move to the next topic. So, we have now covered we have covered the sort of the two kind of, one of them being that the proposal and the other being the BPM clarification. The third topic that I'd like to discuss today is actually around something that has been flagged as a potential issue and will be added to the issue paper portion of the December 18th paper. So this is on mixed fuel ancillary services. And specifically, it is focused on the topics on the interactions between hybrid dynamic limits and AS awards. So a bit of background here. hybrid resources use dynamic limits to reflect changes to real-time operating capabilities, right? So this is something that, you know, we covered in the discussion paper in June, and we've had a few different conversations around hybrid dynamic limits and sort of the different details and sort of capabilities of it. Another sort of aspect from the AS perspective, ancillary services perspective, all resources providing regulation need to be able to deliver their awards for 30 consecutive minutes for each of the hourly awards that it receives. And hybrids that are self-optimizing, right, you know, using these dynamic limits are fully responsible to be able to meet these availability requirements. And we also see, you know, in the tariff that submission of a bid for any market service, this includes regulation, includes all AS awards, serves as an attestation of expected availability, right? So this is something that hybrids are required for, and they've also attested that they expect to be available when they sort of when they bid for and receive an award for regulation or other ancillary services. So the concern at hand is that even with this sort of being clear that the responsibility is on the resource, you know, there is still a potential for dynamic limits to be used in a way that hinders the resource's ability to meet AS requirements, and there are no consequences to that, right? So the concern from the ISO is that, you know, due to the timing of when these dynamic limits are also kind of put into place, it means that if the AS award is then undeliverable, right, or the requirements aren't met, that award can't be automatically filled in RTPD because it comes after the dynamic limit. The information that comes in after the RTPD. And the reason why this is a reliability risk is because, like, you know, was stated in the co-located follow DOT topic, you know, the ISO wants ancillary service awards to be fully deliverable, right? And you know, we want to make sure that we can rely on the AS awards when we need them. So a couple guiding principles here. So you know, as stated, the responsibility is still on the hybrid resources, right, to meet all of the requirements that, you know, were sort of attested for, bid that you know that the resource had sort of you know, kind of the requirements that just come up with the AS awards, right? And the second sort of guiding principle here is that you know, hybrid resources should be using dynamic limits and must be using dynamic limits in ways that align with established tariff requirements, right? So this is including AS provision, but also any other tariff requirement that's there. And you know, the gap here is the goal of this topic is to ensure that we don't have this reliability risk potential moving forward, and whether or not we need to make any changes to you know, dynamic limits, whether there's any sort of additional kind of you know, safeguards we need to put in, these kinds of things. But at this point, it's an issue paper level topic. We want to bring it to your attention, and we want to make sure that we, you know, if there's additional information or additional thoughts from stakeholders, that we take that into account as we sort of move forward and continue this discussion here. So here, you want to add something here?
Yes, thank you very much, Nilesh. I just wanted to add also that in the conversations in other kind of contexts within this initiative, we have talked about matters related to ancillary services and how perhaps some modifications to some more robust, you know, market design changes to how we procure or reoptimize ancillary services in real time could influence some of the challenges we've seen in the other topic groups. And I want to, underscore to stakeholders that in the discussion of this within the issue paper, we'll also note how some of those perhaps more robust market design changes could influence this issue, because as indicated in the prior slide, if we can go one slide back, a significant component of this challenge is that the dynamic limit submission, the timing of the dynamic limit submission relative to the RTD, to the 5-minute market, right? So we want to be able to, capture that there's a challenge here on reflecting these real-time operating capabilities, its relationship with current AS requirements, and the fact that, currently hybrids are fully responsible for this. But we also want to make sure that, we underscore that tie-in with other market design elements regarding ancillary services. So, we're putting this forth to your consideration. We're putting this forth so that you can opine on the issue as presented as an issue paper element, as Dinesh mentioned. And we'd like to see some of your perspectives, particularly from, the hybrid community. So thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Sergio. Okay. I see, Kathleen, you have a question or a comment here.
Yes, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me, Dinesh?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Excellent. Okay, clarifying question, and then maybe a comment. But clarifying question is, I listened to you talk about, the resources responsibility. Can you just parse out for me within that how the CAISO views the generator owner and the scheduling coordinator, how that division of responsibility is split between those two, and how you're expecting the coordination around the use of this dynamic limit?
That's a great question, Kathleen, and I think is a, it's a question that can go kind of quite deep very quickly. I think from a high level, from my perspective, this is something that how the SC or the generator owner kind of have those interactions and meet the requirements that are sort of set out by the tariff and the ISO is actually more up to the generator owner and the SC than it is up to the ISO, right? Where we set the requirements and it's something that is a conversation that is independent, right? It's in some ways past our purview.
Can I follow up on that real quick?
Can I just add something quickly?
Oh, sure.
I think part of the intent of that language in this slide of hybrid, self-optimize, and are fully responsible for meeting those requirements as well, is more so kind of related to, as opposed to other NGRs like LESRs. So, for example, for a standalone storage asset, there are constraints in the market that allow for being ensure for meeting those availability requirements, but not such a thing exists for hybrids. So I think that's part of the intent, more so than trying to parse out anything individually onto SCs versus asset owners. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and maybe I'll be nerdy but specific. So like I think about tariff compliance from the perspective of there are different sections of a tariff and there are different entities that the different sections apply to. So what I'm asking, and I hope you can do as a next step, is when I go through the tariff and I think about translating that into controls, Similarly to you guys, you have a business unit owner for all the sections, right? And there's responsibilities associated with that. My question is really a lot more around, there are certain responsibilities in the tariff that apply to generator owners. There are certain that apply specifically to scheduling coordinators. And I agree, Dinesh, there are some that it's ambiguous and then it's done kind of coordinated outside of the CAISO's tariff. As you further refine this problem statement, it would be very helpful as a market participant if you be clear about which entity you are talking about, or if it's going to be vague in the tariff. And I'll give you an example of how it can be vague is you can put a rule in a tariff section that has to do with like the day ahead market tariff section or the real-time market section. So we'll talk more about the real-time market processes, those tools, that element of the rate on file. And that is vague because you're defining a product and its obligations. It doesn't get into roles and responsibilities, whereas Section 4 is roles and responsibilities associated with different kinds of registrations on file. You get what I'm saying. We receive a tariff as it's something that governs all of us. And at this point, I think that's the important next step, is to be really clear. And the reason I think it's really important is because these types of assets, we see a lot of unique ownership structures, multiple owners, multiple different levels of control and transparency. And so I think for what you want to see happen, you're going to need to be really crisp on those roles and responsibilities.
Thank you. Okay, that was. Thanks for your comments there, Kathleen. Definitely something that we can look into. I think, my understanding is the ask is centered around being clear, if we can, whether this is something that is a generator owner responsibility or an SE responsibility wherever possible. Is that correct? As a guiding principle? Oh, I think she's back on mute.
Am I off mute? That's correct. And Dinesh, if the answer is you're not looking to define the use of the dynamic limit and you feel like that's already clear, I'm okay receiving that. It's just in your current way that you're describing this issue, I'm not certain if there isn't an issue with the dynamic limit as it's being submitted versus an issue around because like the AS solution here that I would recommend is that, anything a dynamic limit, if a dynamic limit tool is submitted, is used to submit a dynamic limit that can no longer support an AS obligation, what should happen is it should be included in the unavailable quantity in the AS no pay calculations. That's the standard purpose of that. And so if that's not happening, that's super concerning to me. We should fix that. I'm not even sure you need a policy effort for that. I have to do research on that. But like that is a different issue than, are you framing a concern around how the dynamic limit is being used and whether or not AS no pay is being assessed? Or is this an or condition where you're only raising an issue with the AS no pay issues? I just am not crisp yet. And if it's the AS issue only, then it's not so much about the accuracy of the dynamic limit and when it's submitted and who's doing it. But I'm just looking for you to put more teeth around this in the next iteration.
Absolutely. And that's something that we can definitely take into account, with the write-up that's going to come in for December 18th. This gives us, this gives us a little bit more, to kind of make sure to chew on, to make sure that we're getting as much as possible as we are developing this issue paper aspect out. Super helpful comments there. Okay, Sergio, you want to add something here?
No, sorry, there was an old hand.
Okay. I'm trying to see, is there anything else? Unique ownership. Yeah, I think, yeah, and I think the flip of this too is the more limitations we put on whether it's a generator owner responsibility and SC responsibility, you know, when with these unique ownership structures, there's, you know, by leaving it open, it essentially, you know, allows it to sort of whatever requirement that, like, you know, it essentially allows the generator owners and the SE to provide, you know, however that unique ownership structure works, you know, and however that decision making is made, you know, by not putting that into the requirements, that's something that it sort of leaves it such that it provides the flexibility for unique ownership structures. So I think there is a bit of a balance there from the get-go, where, you know, the clarity may be helpful, but the clarity also may limit, right? And that's just an initial thought here, but, you know, we'll look into, you know, both of these questions moving forward here. Thank you, Kathleen. Brenda, let's move to Ryan.
Dinesh, we do have 10 minutes left, but I do see Ryan Miller's hand raised. Would you like for a quick comment?
Yeah, let's take it at this time.
Okay, Ryan, if you can be brief, introduce yourself.
Terrigen, can you guys hear me?
You're a little faint right now. Maybe try again.
How's that?
Better.
Okay, thank you. So I believe this is mainly based on you know, a subject that Terrigen initially brought up back when Chris Devon was with our group, and the concern was we feel that the CAISO is a bit discriminatory towards hybrids when it comes to being able to participate in the regulation market. And we were hoping to get more flexibility from dynamic limits to restrict where we could be dispatched during that time, because while the obligation is on a hybrid to be able to meet its awards, if the sun is down and the battery is empty, we're not going to be able to provide regulation at that point. And the dynamic limits would be a much more useful way to you know, communicate those limitations to the CAISO. That being said, this feels like it's more of a just iteration of, or reiteration of, what is already in place. It feels like more a statement of, we're not going to do anything to help hybrids participate in the regulation market. And I disagree with the statement on the next slide where you said that there's there's no consequences. I can tell you for a fact that the operators are not afraid to kick hybrids out of the regulation market very quickly if they're not meeting their ancillary service requirements, and that is a consequence. I would like to you know, try to reopen discussions of ways that we can make hybrids more capable of participating in particularly the regulation market, but all of ancillary services, rather than kind of seemingly shutting the door as this does. Thank you.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ryan. Really appreciate that. You know, I think that this is definitely something we are moving into the, you know, we are moving into that policy development on these topics here. You know, this is something that is a issue paper stance, right? It's a new topic that we're bringing up here, and it's you know, something that adds to the list of things, including sort of some of the presentations that Terrigen. I believe, Ryan, are you from Terrigen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think that this is something that it kind of adds to the list rather than, is something that is necessarily the list, right? So, this conversation here is limited to us introducing something new onto the table, and noted that thanks for sort of sharing your comments today, and it's something that we'll take into consideration as we move forward here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, with 6 minutes left, I'm just going to do a quick sort of update on the high sustainable limit topic. It's essentially just a summary of what we received from stakeholders on the comments, and answering 2 questions that came up. So overall, we saw that stakeholders were relatively, initial direction was supported, and that stakeholders were also very interested in seeing what the paper write-up would look like. And so with that in mind, we'll, get the paper write-out first, and then we can go from there in terms of next steps in terms of conversations here. Three stakeholders provided supportive comments. 2 stakeholders sort of had a couple questions here, right? And, we want to just share the following message around these sort of questions. One is that we do believe at this time that the updated guidance will be sufficient. If it's not, it's something that, we can revisit whether there needs to be more tariff requirements. But at this point in time, we're hoping that we can do the guidance in the BPM and then sort of, make sure that we're getting the sort of make sure we're getting the meeting, we're making sure that resources are meeting the requirements, and sort of we're doing all the things that we can do to help get there. Second thing, no new requirements are being proposed at this time, right? No new requirements, right? These are all existing requirements. It's guidance for helping meet the existing requirements. And third thing is that this is something that the guidance impacts standalone, co-located, and hybrid, like standalone variable energy resources, co-located, and hybrid resources, right? And these are specific to ones who are providing HSL. If resources are not providing HSL, the guidance is not something that, there's no HSL being provided in the first place, right? So just these are kind of some clarifications here. And with that, are there any questions on these at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So thank you very much. We'll move into lunch break. Brenda, would you like to sort of share the next steps here?
Yes, so we're going to go ahead and move to lunch break. If Stacy, I got the slide. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 1 p.m. We will get started again. I see some people are joining the attendee list. So maybe people are coming back from lunch. I hope you had a good little break from our morning session, so that now we can go into the afternoon agenda. So as I mentioned before, during the initial section on the updates to the schedule, we heard from stakeholders an interest in I think summarizing some of the findings and analysis that have been shared through this process as they relate to Uplift. To have a bit more time for discussion, since last month's meeting, we had a very compressed timeline to cover these topics. And 3, to consider whether we can have a little bit more of a review of the current stance of affairs on these topics before we move towards a straw proposal. So based on that, I want to give you a quick summary of what we're going to cover this afternoon. The goal really is to present to you what we envision will be included in that updated discussion and issue paper that we're slated for publication next Friday. We want to use this time to share with you, let's say, a sneak peek of where things are at right now, and make sure that if you have any thoughts on what should be included or reflected, you can let us know here. We can have some stimulating conversation, and we'll be able to reflect that in this paper. The paper will include an overview of the discussions we've held in this initiative. I think we had specifically 7 meetings where we talked about matters related to Uplift redesign and the drivers of Uplift and the challenges around the default energy bid. So this paper includes the problem statements and guiding principles, which we'll cover really quickly because, as you'll see in the comments, we got a lot of supportive feedback there. It will include a very detailed discussion of the different drivers we've talked about through this process and analysis that has been shared. Provides an overview of the recommendations that the ISO and stakeholders have put forth for consideration and includes some initial risk and feasibility reactions from the ISO. And as an appendix, it includes an overview of existing and planned storage constraints as requested by stakeholders, which is really, I would say, consolidation of some of the materials we've covered in this process into a single EC for reference document that captures, what we've presented before, but also some updates that have occurred along the way. Like the changes we made relative to flexible ramping product around May, and some of the updates around the DAME BRS. That will all be reflected in this appendix, as we're trying to be responsive to that request as well. So for this afternoon, we really have, I'd say, 3 sections. I expect that the majority of our time will be focused on the second and third sections. The first one is really brief, really about discussing a bit the problem statement guiding principles feedback we got. We really appreciate the feedback that stakeholders offered after the last meeting. Despite the fact that we were a bit short on time to discuss these matters, I think stakeholders were very diligent on the feedback they provided, and we really appreciate it. So we're trying to reflect here in each of the sections the state of the discussion, the feedback we saw in these last comments, and some of the initial risk and feasibility perspectives that you see in the paper. Again, we really want this time to be used to engage in some additional conversation. What we can include and reflect within the paper that comes from that, we will. And if there's any other, ideas or perspectives that are bounced off here, we'll take that into account as well in our future steps. So let's get going. I think for this section, I'll just go through the 3-4 slides we have and then pause to see if there's any questions. I don't really expect a lot since this is really perhaps the piece where we have the most broad consensus on. So as we mentioned in our last meeting, we wanted to represent the problem statements that we currently are thinking about regarding storage, bid cost recovery, and default energy bids. I want to note that, as you'll see here, we're using language that I think is familiar to you all from our prior efforts, but we really are focusing a bit more on some of the elements, specific elements included here. So through the working groups, I think there's been a vast consensus around the idea that the current bit cost recovery framework is really insulating batteries from losses that basically that results in a disincentive for the proactive use of bids to manage state of charge. Now, this is not to say that other elements or other changes could further the ability of resources to manage their state of charge. This is simply noting that as it currently stands, the bid cost recovery framework is really not creating those incentives for resources to be on top of managing their state of charge to be able to meet some of their existing awards and schedules. We've also, I think, coalesced around the idea that, bid cost recovery, the current bid cost recovery framework, the fact that we apply the same one to batteries as we do to other resources, creates the challenge of actually treating batteries differently, particularly regarding to those risks of not being able to meet an award or schedule due to lack of state of charge, which for another resource we would frame as a fuel insufficiency or unavailability in general. So that creates two concerns. In our last effort, we really focused on the second concern, particularly in the real-time framework. But in this effort, I think the focus is more so on the first concern, and on the second one, more so regarding the day-ahead timeframe. So the first concern is this idea that storage resources are not exposed to real-time prices if they do not deliver their day-ahead schedules, making them either indifferent or in some cases incented to not be able to deliver this schedules. The second concern is this one around resources may have an incentive to bid in a manner that maximizes bid cost recovery payments. This is something we've addressed in real time. So the policy that was approved in November by the governing body and board, and now we see some instances in day ahead where addressing it would be necessary and ideal. I see there's a hand. Let me just go through this one slide and then we'll go to the hands. In the context of these concerns and challenges that we've seen, stakeholders have really coalesced around the idea that we need to develop a distinct uplift mechanism for storage. The guiding principles behind that are that storage is uniquely positioned relative to other technologies, and it merits a specifically designed uplift paradigm. And to do this, the uplift paradigms should incent assets to be able to deliver their awards and schedules, and eliminating incentives for uplift-seeking behavior. And I think a lot of our initial sessions from, let's say, the springtime and some of the summer focused on this notion of parsing out what is the driver of different negative revenues. And stakeholders have coalesced around this idea of negative revenues that could be attributed to market algorithms or ISO action may warrant uplift. And I enlisted some here that will go in depth in the next slides. And market negative revenues that can be attributed to bidder behavior do not warrant uplift. I thought there was a hand. It's no longer there. I'll pause here to see if it comes back. Yes, let's go to the hand. Yeah.
This is Balu from SE. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Balu, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. So one, I guess, just a thought on the not exposed to real-time prices if they don't deliver. I mean, one factor, of course, is that batteries have SOC, which other resources don't have. And then there are also differences in how the optimization works in day ahead versus real time. For example, like if you get a spin award in day ahead, spins attenuation factor is only like 1% or something. But if in real time, you know, the optimization may force a charge prior to spinning reserve saying, hey, we need to have 30 minutes of ramp available. So, I mean, there seems to be those type of differences as well, which, you know, when you talk about not exposed to real-time prices, yeah, maybe some of it is on the resource at DSC or the resource owner, but I'm just throwing out the question that is some of it a function of how CAISO optimizes and maybe differences in how they're doing certain things in day ahead versus real time.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I think that definitely that's directly related to this notion of, well, we need to parse out what are negative revenues attributable to, right? If we can attribute negative revenue to some form of market algorithm or ISO action, we may consider whether that warrants a make-whole payment. I think that's the point of what the guiding principle is trying to state here. But there may be negative revenues that are being driven by bidder behavior. So in the sense of, in the problem statement, we're noting the concern, and we could, you know, further clarify that those outcomes might be driven by either market design or bidder behavior, while underscoring that, you know, we still have that challenge that if these resources are not exposed to real-time prices, then they basically are indifferent at best for not being able to meet them. But I appreciate that perspective because it definitely links to the guiding principles, I think. I believe Balu is now on mute, so maybe we can go to the next hand with Don.
Hi, Don Trethewey, California Energy Storage Alliance. I just would make just one comment on the previous slide. I don't know, I always find this just sort of a little bit inflammatory, in all honesty. I think that if we move to the next slide, the real problem statement is the existing real-time make-whole payment, which is bid cost recovery based on thermal resources, doesn't accurately reflect an appropriate approach for storage. That's the issue. And I think that the gentleman from SCE, you know, I think really made that point clear, that that's what it is that there's just different constraints associated with storage that requires us to think differently about how we need to make them whole. So just a comment.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Don. I think what I'm hearing is we don't maybe necessarily disagree with the challenge, but the framing could be refined so as to note, you know, applying the same bid cost recovery rules, applying bid cost recovery rules based or designed for conventional resources treats batteries differently, given their own unique characteristics. We can expand on that and note, because of that, batteries are not exposed to real-time prices if they don't deliver, be it by operator action, market design, or bidder behavior. Is that addressing what you're
I don't want to try to wordsmith the problem statement. I'd like to get to solutions personally, but I was just making the observation that this just seemed more inflammatory than it needed to be. That you know, I think everyone's recognized that we need to come up with some different make-whole approach for storage, and you know, let's leave it at that. This just has assumptions that there's people trying to be strategic on it and all that kind of stuff. It is the BCR rules as the BCR rules are, and no, you know, and I think what we've observed is that as more and more storage has come online, it becomes more and more apparent that we need to do something different than what we were doing.
Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, we can move ahead on this section and go on to the sections around policy recommendations. Okay, I don't see any other hands, so I'll keep going. This next piece is around the default energy bids, where we've presented this language briefly as well in our prior meeting. What we've heard from stakeholders is, in general, the default energy bid has the potential to over or underestimate the opportunity costs. This also basically is due to the fact that it's utilizing outputs based on the day-ahead market processes, which creates two challenges. First, it creates a challenge for WEIM-only assets that can't readily leverage this methodology. And second, it gives us this static storage default energy bid that may under or overestimate energy and opportunity costs across the day. So in that context, what we've heard from stakeholders is this importance of reflecting changing real-time constraints and opportunity costs and ensuring that all storage resources, regardless of location, are able to readily leverage this storage dev option. In the comments following the last meeting, we saw broad consensus for these problem statements and guiding principles. I think from the comments we've seen that stakeholders are very much on board with this notion of ensuring that any form of uplift or make whole should only apply when negative revenues result from ISO action or market algorithms, and that it should not apply or be considered when participant-driven actions led to those negative revenues. We've also seen that given this, some stakeholders, in their comments from the last meeting, included some of their perspective of, given the discussions we've had so far, what may be considered as aligned with these guiding principles. And some of them outlined that the uplift or make whole for storage should be limited to instances of exceptional dispatch and mitigation. As I mentioned before, other stakeholders urged us to consider pausing these discussions, warning that particularly some issues around day-ahead bid cost recovery may be prematurely decided now ahead of changes related to EDEM and DAME. And finally, on the piece of the dev, we saw very strong support for enabling the incorporation of some form of intertemporal opportunity costs within the dev. So I think, I understand there might be some perspectives on how we can frame the problem statement a bit more clearly, and I welcome that feedback, but I also think from the comments we saw, stakeholders generally feel comfortable with the problem statements and guiding principles as of now. So I don't see any hands. If there's none, I'll keep going so that we can spend more time talking about some of the policy recommendations and some initial risk and feasibility perspectives. I'll give folks another 30 seconds or so, and we're doing great. We're right on time. Okay, well, we'll keep going. So first, as mentioned in some of the comments, people believe that we probably it would be beneficial to cover some of the analysis and perspectives that have been shared regarding the drivers of uplift. So I've divided this section more so in the context of day ahead and then real time. For day ahead, this is very brief. The ISO has presented since our meeting where we first started identifying current drivers of Uplift today, that to date, day ahead bid cost recovery is really exclusively related to, those payments are exclusively related to scheduling coordinator actions. These are very much basically interactions that result on economic dispatches that come from a combination of different bidder submitted parameters. In those presentations, and to further kind of some of the background, we talked about this at length in our May and June meetings. So in these presentations, what we covered was really regarding interactions between outages and sales schedules, or also between, as we'll cover a bit later, the initial state of charge and some other bidder submitted parameters. So as we've mentioned before, that the current framework and is really potentially vulnerable to some form of uplift-seeking behavior, and whether that may be perceived as inflammatory or not, we are aware of cases where scheduling coordinators have replicated some setups, and we want to really underscore to market participants that we are monitoring this. We are monitoring this behavior, particularly given the information that has been shared as part of the prior initiative and this one, and that if we were to identify some form of concerning behavior, that might be subject to additional action and part of the ISO. So we want to note that we're not trying to be inflammatory here, but we're trying to really underscore that when payments such as these are largely driven by bidder submitted parameters, we need to be very wary of how those setups might be considered and replicated. So based on this context, that the drivers as identified by DMM and the ISO are really exclusively related to their behavior, several stakeholders have noted that maybe we should consider some form of either modification or elimination of this. We'll cover that later. But in their comments recently, some stakeholders acknowledged that while that might be the case today, any action related to the ahead bid cost recovery could be premature, since this context could change with the new products related to AIM and the processes related to EDAM and AIM. So let's move on to probably the area where I think there's broad agreement that the majority of the challenges that pertain to storage are material, which is really real-time bid cost recovery. Through our conversations, we've identified, broadly 4 instances where stakeholders have noted that this may warrant some form of consideration in an uplift mechanism. So the 4 here are exceptional dispatch, mitigation, seemingly out of merit dispatch in the binding interval, which includes MIO and other drivers of that seemingly out of merit dispatch, and the ancillary service constraints that are currently applicable to storage. And there are other drivers that we discussed as well in our meetings that in real time that more so could relate to bidder behavior, such as interactions between the day ahead initial state of charge and the optimization. In this presentation, I'll focus on mitigation, out of merit dispatch, AS, and the last piece on day ahead initial state of charge. Since exceptional dispatch, I think there is broad consensus amongst all stakeholders and the ISO that its consideration should continue, and that the current mechanism for settlement of exceptional dispatch both in hold and its other version, the regular exceptional dispatch, is workable at the time. So we'll focus on these other drivers and what the discussion has been so far. So let's start with mitigation. We started thinking about the interaction of mitigation and uplift since our prior effort. To level set with everyone on the call, local market power mitigation refers to the process where the ISO seeks to mitigate market power that could be exercised by an entity when it is needed for local reliability services due to its location on the grid and a potential lack of competitive supply in that location. So local market power mitigation is this process where we identify whether this market power could be exercised given the conditions and location of the assets. And if under that process we flag a resource for potential mitigation and eventually find that it should be mitigated, we do so to either the asset's default energy bid or the competitive LMP, whichever is higher. Since the prior effort, stakeholders, the DMM, and the Market Surveillance Committee have underscored that mitigation can jeopardize the ability of storage to meet future schedules, particularly because it may create incremental dispatch. Incremental dispatch meaning that the resource on the net compared to the expectation from the prior market run is actually injecting more power at a given time than expected. No? So that's why it's incremental. If the resource is discharging more than expected or charging less, both of those would be considered as incremental dispatch, incremental discharge in this situation. In the prior effort, we the ISO presented some information on the frequency of mitigation, and we identified that, and I want to be very clear with this bullet at the end here, this should read, while incremental dispatch is generally rare, some storage resources experience mitigation more often, creating the potential for those disproportionate impacts. So in that context, what we heard from stakeholders back then, DMM, MSC, is definitely instances of mitigation should be considered within a future uplift paradigm. And in particular, we heard from stakeholders and interests to explore more charging bid mitigation. So we presented on this matter of charging bid mitigation earlier this year. We gave some information, analysis, and also some more insights as to why it's an outcome that occurs during our May meeting. And in that meeting, my colleague Qing Zhao presented some analysis that shows that, similar to mitigation overall, the incremental dispatch associated with charging side mitigation is very infrequent, occurring in less than 1% of intervals for the vast majority of resources. But again, we do have outlier resources that experience this more frequently. And it is important to note that charging mitigation is more prevalent during solar hours ahead of the net peak periods. And that further, consolidates the idea that we should be considering those impacts within any future uplift paradigm, even if incremental dispatch is perhaps infrequent. We also underscored that modifying the underlying reasons why charging bid mitigation can occur is very complex. I think in this context, we have been thinking about this really generally around uplift, right? But the fact that today charging bid mitigation occurs given the need for maintaining this monotonically non-decreasing bid curves it still shows that this might have some potential impacts in given days. And I want to note, we don't want to close out this conversation on addressing or rethinking how we can minimize the challenges related to charging bid mitigation just to VCR. But we do want to note in this paper, why this occurs today, why we still think it merits consideration with this VCR, and be able to keep thinking about means to mitigate this risk within this initiative, even if beyond, the scope of Uplift and DEB, even if that means more so to think about, something within the state of charge management or other pieces of the puzzle we're trying to solve here. So yeah, that is to say, the fact that the charging bid mitigation occurs today because of this axiomatic need for bid curves that are monotonically non-decreasing, that does not mean that we don't think that that may merit further discussion and evaluation on how to address that challenge. Okay, so the conclusion around mitigation as a driver, I'd say at this point, and based on the discussions we've had and stakeholder feedback, is that it should be considered on an uplift paradigm, and that generally, while incremental dispatch is infrequent, the fact that it can occur and that some resources are more exposed to it merits its consideration in an uplift paradigm. Okay, sorry, and one final thing on mitigation before we keep going is that because of this impact of mitigation, some stakeholders have posited that if we focus on enhancing the DEB, that could, mitigate this risk. Others, as we'll talk about a bit later, have put forth the notion of, well, we could simply eliminate or do away with mitigation for storage resources, and therefore this driver that people agree should be considered, we would very much do away with that driver. And we'll talk about some of the perspectives on it in our slides around the initial risk and feasibility perspectives. Okay, let's move on to out-of-merit dispatch. I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll keep going, but if people have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands. During the working groups, and actually during the prior process, the ISO and stakeholders identified that a solution that simply focused on eliminating intervals with any form of real-time shortfall associated with limited state of charge within the real-time bid cost recovery calculation could create a lot of complexity, because some of those conditions that lead to state of charge being constrained are actually driven by existing constraints and market design elements that drive this seemingly uneconomic dispatch in the binding interval. So in our meeting, in the meeting we held, in the meeting we held on September, we presented more information around the performance of storage resources that are subject to these constraint and market design elements that may create, quote, out-of-merit dispatch. Today, the different drivers of out-of-merit dispatch may have different bid cost recovery implications. So, for example, the first driver that I enlist in the sub-bullet here is related to the multi-interval optimization process, right? So causes that drive out-of-merit dispatch because of projected future conditions, like expecting that advisory prices will be higher later on, and that drives the dispatch in the binding interval. That is something that is that can be seen as a shortfall in the current BCR paradigm. But there are other constraints that are not captured in or included in the current bid cost recovery paradigm that may drive this quote-unquote out-of-merit dispatch in the binding interval, like self-schedules, compliance with end-of-hour state of charge, submissions by the scheduling coordinators, or ancillary service-related constraints. And in that one in particular, a lot of stakeholders asked us to further discuss and examine, and we've included it here as a subsection to out-of-merit dispatch. So stakeholders asked us for data on the prevalence, frequency, and net revenue impacts of this quote-unquote out-of-merit dispatch, and we presented that in September. Again, a big shout-out to Quen Zhao for that, and the rest of the team. And what we found is that, again, it's a bit of a similar story relative to mitigation. For the majority of resources, this occurs relatively infrequently, but not as negligible as the percentage of time where incremental dispatch comes from mitigation. So for about 85% of resources, out-of-merit dispatch occurs in less than 10% of binding intervals. It is more frequent in periods. It has become more frequent in the last couple of years, and it's more frequent in summer months and in the afternoon hours, and also a little bit on the early morning hours. So again, similar to mitigation, while not incredibly prevalent, it is material precisely in the times of day and year where it could impact SOC sufficiency. And while the system-wide frequency might be low, some resources experience this more often. There are some outlier resources. When we presented this information on the frequency of out-of-merit dispatch, I think stakeholders, rightly inquired about, okay, we still need to better understand what are the net revenue effects of it, since the goal of MIO in particular is really to position resources so that their output is utilized when it is the most valuable for the grid. So theoretically, it would follow that these resources on net are better off with something like MIO than without it. In that line, we really appreciate DMM's efforts to provide analysis in response to our September meeting, where they compared actual schedules that we're going to call here MIO schedules to counterfactual non-MIO schedules. DMM's analysis focused on resources, storage resources, over 130 of them, and a focus on the 15-minute market that is important to note. And it found that generally actual schedules, meaning those with MIO, yielded 24% higher daily net energy revenues. So this shows that despite seemingly uneconomic outcomes in isolated intervals, the real-time market positioning generally benefits storage resources on net. And that's important because we've had some discussion prior in this effort from NextEra Energy Resources have raised this idea of maybe we not only need an uplift redesign, but we might also need a new make-whole mechanism for this kind of seemingly uneconomic dispatches resultant from MIO. And, we appreciate DMM's analysis here, which would indicate that such a mechanism is not necessary. Some stakeholders argue, following this analysis, some stakeholders have noted in their comments that, okay, there might be some generalized net positive, but the fact that this is becoming more frequent and that there are outlier resources might mean that for some assets, that's not really the case, and this should still be considered within a real-time paradigm, uplift paradigm, if a net loss is occurred across the trade date. And other stakeholders, I think, have taken the position from looking at this analysis that, this concludes that resources on the net, on net are better off by MIO, and that should eliminate consideration of this, quote, out of merit dispatch in the uplift paradigm, even if a net loss is realized. So these are basically the stakeholders that are of the position that we should just really focus on the instances of exceptional dispatch and mitigation. Let's go with Don. Yes.
Don Trethewey, CISA. I do appreciate the DMM's analysis. It's consistent with what I would have thought, that on average, the multi-interval optimization helps, but it's over a longer period of time than the trade date. And we don't, for instance, net conventional resources, their shortfalls against their revenues beyond a single trade date. And so I think the way to think about it is, if in a given trade date you're short, then that's what you need to make whole payment for. Just like a conventional resource, we just need to have a different way to effectuate that make whole payment, because it really is around the outlier events that mean you became let's be clear, it's not uneconomic in one interval. You're uneconomic over the entire day, where your revenues are netted against your cost. A few years back, there was some discussion of whether you needed to do BCR on more granularity than daily. Maybe you do it hourly netting. And so I would say, we haven't even, CISA hasn't even pushed that sort of position on that. We want to just make sure that we develop a proposal that's similar in terms of providing a make whole payment when over the course of a day, the market optimization has caused the resource to be net short for the day. And so the comment that, the MIO has yielded 24% higher net revenue, over what, a year or some longer term period than a trade date on, it's like, well, that's great. Conventional resources are profitable lots of days too. So I think we really need to focus on when there are those, it really is around outlier events. When the market, for some reason, has not dispatched the resource consistent with real-time conditions, and it's still outside of them, it's still lost money over the course of a day.
Okay, thank you for the comment, Don. A couple of quick reactions. So the first one is, I do understand CISA's position of looking at this over the course of a day. I think what we were trying to address here as well is that other stakeholders had a different position. In particular, NextEra Energy Resources presented this notion of there should be some form of make whole, even if the resource does not realize a net loss across the day. So that's part of what we wanted to address with the language here, not trying to represent what others, such as CISA, has been suggesting. I think the majority of stakeholders agree that this should be considered if net loss occurs across the trade dates. This was more so to specifically relate to the position of it should be considered if it doesn't. So that's one point. And then the second point was on whether DMM's analysis is focused on a specific trade date, or if it's doing it across multiple days, that it's netting the benefit. So my read of the DMM's analysis, and I do invite them to chime in if you have a a response here is that they're looking, first they look at the units that was highlighted in Nextera's analysis, and they find that the net energy revenues in that day, it's daily net energy revenue, it's 8% higher. And then they did the same for more resources, but it's still focused on the daily net energy revenue. So my understanding is that was the method employed here. And I see Nicole has raised her hand. So could we unmute Nicole? And please remember to introduce yourself, Nicole. Thank you.
Hi, Sergio. It's Nicole with DMM. I just wanted to confirm, yes, your understanding is correct. When we did this analysis, we were comparing daily net energy revenues, not doing that analysis like as a cumulative revenues across the year. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Nicole. So I hope that addresses some of the your comments, Don. But I do welcome, obviously, the perspective of, CISA is not advocating for this as to even if our net loss does not occur, they're really focused on those outlier days when net losses do occur. And I think that's where the majority of stakeholders stand, with the exception, again, of those that believe this is enough for us to simply focus on the instances of mitigation and exceptional dispatch. Okay, I am not seeing any other hands, and we are a tiny bit behind. We're 3 minutes behind, so I'll go a bit faster here. In the context of talking about out of merit, quote unquote, dispatch, some stakeholders mentioned, well, a key driver of it is the current treatment of ancillary service constraints that are applicable to storage. So today in the optimization, we have constraints that ensure that storage resources will be able to deliver their AS awards in both binding and advisory intervals. In the current formulation of these constraints and per the current tariff, on economic dispatch resultant from these constraints is not considered in the shortfall calculations for real-time bid cost recovery. So basically, those intervals are excluded from the netting calculation in real-time bid cost recovery. What we've heard is basically two perspectives from stakeholders, but it's interesting because both of them, I think, come from the same place. So first, I'll mention the perspectives. Now, a group of stakeholders claim, this is a policy decision to preserve ancillary service awards for storage at any cost. And it's really driven by the lack of real-time AS reoptimization. Others stakeholders say, well, this is settled policy that has already been approved, that FERC has found to be reasonable so as to preserve market efficiency and reliability. And that we are basically building or we necessitate these constraints because we are assuming that this will be deliverable in real time, and there are no other processes by which we could mitigate the risk of these awards not being deliverable in real time. So as you can tell, I think both of these positions, while viewing the issue from different vantage points, they're both rooted in this idea of perhaps more substantive revisions to the market's design could allow us to either, reduce our reliance on these constraints or even eventually do away with them, as PG&E and Vistra presented in prior efforts. But I do want to note that this should be thought of in the context of the currently applicable policy that has been found reasonable, that today we are not including this in the bid cost recovery calculation. Again, that is not to say that's a steadfast condition, but it is the status quo, right? Like, I want to underscore that for stakeholders as they look through the paper and think about this further. So I'll pause here. This next section is really around all of the policy recommendations and some of our initial reactions on feasibility and risk. I expect that there will be even more conversation there. I'm not seeing any hands. I'll give folks another 30 seconds or so, and if we don't see any, let's keep going because I think these next pieces will elicit perhaps more conversation. Okay, well, not seeing any. Let's keep going. So now that we've talked about the different drivers, how the analysis we've presented to the working groups have informed the positions of stakeholders on them, we want to go over some of the recommendations that the ISO and others have put forth, the comments we've seen on them, and some kind of initial perspectives on the feasibility and risks associated with them. So I think first we can start with the dev. I think in the dev we've seen basically three positions that I think here are enlisted in growing complexity. You know, the first position, well, growing complexity, and also as we go down this list, they address more challenges too. So the first position that we've heard is, let's just modify the calculation so that it takes data that is distinct from just day-ahead market outputs, so that resources that do not participate in those markets can readily leverage the default energy bid methodology. I think currently the challenge that some WEIM-only resources face is that they really need to basically go through a negotiated default energy bid process to be able to, in some form, try to mimic what already exists on the default energy bid methodology for storage. That obviously it represents a burden both on assets, you know, the ISO, the process itself. So the idea would be let's modify this or create a variant of it so that this can be readily leveraged by these assets. The second piece that I think we've heard, and it's more so related to, for example, some of the conceptual framework proposals around real-time uplift, is let's just focus on being able to allow for the issuance of an updated real-time dev under certain circumstances. We might not even need to update it every day. We might not need to update it at different times of day, but the idea would be that the ISO would have the means to recalculate a dev and be able to publish it and share it with stakeholders, with market participants, so that they can incorporate that into their bidding behavior. And then the final one is perhaps the older idea. We've heard about this since the prior effort too, and this has come perhaps the most strongly from DMM. The idea of considering an hourly dev for storage, which obviously, you know, it's a much more complex endeavor, but it would address some of the challenges related today to the over and under representation of costs, right? Having an updated dev some days or under given circumstances might not address that challenge on the daily, but having something like an hourly default energy bid could represent that. So we've had a lot of comments. We had a lot of comments about this since the last meeting, and we really appreciate it because I think this shows us that there's generally three camps of stakeholders, and the three camps really are represented by these three concepts that they've shared and gravitate towards. So first, some stakeholders are really, on board for the idea of an hourly default energy bid, noting that it doesn't just do away with the challenge of underestimating costs, opportunity costs early in the day, but also it would address the risk of overestimating them later in the day. On the other camp, we have, stakeholders that really warn against that complexity, thinking, either just have an opportunity to update that value or maybe consider something like a time of day default energy bid that perhaps is, looking more so than at an hourly construct, looking at, pre-solar hours, post-solar hours, something like that. In the comments we received around this, a lot of stakeholders also weighed in on the relationship between enhancing the default energy bid and reassessing market power mitigation for storage. We saw from several stakeholders that they were significantly concerned with the idea of potentially exempting storage resources from local market power mitigation. And in their comments, they underscored that if we worked on enhancing the accuracy of the default energy bid, we'd probably be in a better position to think about local market power mitigation for storage rather than just doing away with it. And then finally, and I think some of stakeholders asked for a bit more analysis prior to moving towards a straw proposal. And it's also because of comments like this that we think it's valuable for us to reframe our upcoming posting as a discussion and issue paper so that everyone has all the information and we also can further some of the calls for analysis prior to further developing something like a straw proposal. So some initial reactions that we'll expand upon in the paper on the challenges associated with the devs. We definitely find that of updating this to reflect real-time conditions and to make it available for a broader set of resources is consistent with the guiding principles and also with some of the frameworks that we've seen presented by stakeholders, particularly the idea obviously shared by CISA that heavily leverages the dev, but also other concepts that seek to basically mitigate the drivers of potential uplift. Now, on the kind of three camps that we've seen, as I mentioned before, they really represent added complexity, and what we see is that the more modest modifications to be able to apply this methodology across geographies, it is feasible, but it does not fully address the challenges around reflecting real-time conditions. On the other hand, allowing for the issuance of updated values under certain conditions may require new processes, really, because today the way that default energy bids are calculated, it is quite difficult based on the timing, and I believe stakeholders will remember this from the effort on bidding above the soft offer cap. And the timing associated with getting the inputs needed puts pressure on the ability to be able to update these values in real time. And in that context, the challenge associated with hourly default energy bids would represent an even higher burden. That while it would address the different challenges we've posed here, it is perhaps the most challenging option. So I think something that we'll like to provide in our paper is a bit more detail on those trade-offs, but also what we'd want to hear from stakeholders too is basically if there's any perspective on that tension between enhancements that get us directionally towards having a better default energy bid in some circumstances versus those that might require a more significant revamp. So next I'll go to the day-ahead uplift for storage. I think this is an element of consideration that from the ISO's perspective, going into the prior meeting, we probably had discussed sufficiently to consider some form of proposal around it. But, you know, given the feedback we received in comments around the interplay of this and DAME, and also generally thinking that we'll, you know, reframe our posting next week a bit, we do want to offer more of an opportunity for folks to weigh in on it. As we've noted before, you know, we came to the last meeting with the notion of, you know, maybe we should consider the elimination of the head uplift in general or under certain circumstances, given the fact that the drivers are really exclusively related to their behavior and are susceptible to uplift seeking behavior as well. So, you know, we found, and we found maybe too strong, so let me go a little bit back. We indicated that we believed in elimination would be consistent with the need for a new uplift mechanism, and that it wouldn't be a standalone modification, but part of a broader rethinking of it. And I want to note that, you know, the fact that a lot of this because recovery payments on the day ahead today are related to instances where self-schedules, outages, or operating limits are modified by scheduling coordinators means that we could further refine this notion of eliminating the head uplift if it's limited to circumstances where scheduling coordinators submit any of those self-schedules, outages, or modifications to their operating limits. So in comments, we saw a split between stakeholders. I would say, I wouldn't say the split is 50-50, but there is a split with some stakeholders supporting the elimination of the head bid cost recovery. Some of them agree with it in principle currently, but believe that maybe a more targeted approach like this idea of focusing on when outages, derates, or schedules were submitted would be viable. And then other stakeholders underscore that this might be premature at this time, either because they believe the ISO should focus on real-time uplift, essentially citing the magnitude of they had uplift payments as not warranting consideration at this point, or because of expected impacts that are coming from DAME. So on this point, I do want to indicate, on this point, I do want to elaborate a little bit on the ISO's thinking too. So some stakeholders, as I said, mentioned that if they had bid cost recovery payments are not as significant, then why would we move forward with an elimination when we should prioritize considering real-time uplift redesign? And I would say the magnitude of it is perhaps not the only element that we need to think about when considering whether it is warranted or not. Part of the commitment of the ISO from the prior effort was to identify instances where the drivers are warrant some form of make whole or recovery, right? So in this instance, despite the fact that the magnitude might not be similar to that paid in real time, we found that the drivers are really related to setups that can be utilized repeatedly, and because of that, we believe that it is a concerning practice that we should try to curb. And again, we're open to the feedback of stakeholders on whether that should be curbed in with a full elimination or under certain circumstances. But we also understand that, you know, some stakeholders argue, well, maybe we should see the impacts of EDAM and DAME before making such determination. At this point, as we mentioned in our last meeting, we generally think that this is well documented as focused on bidder behavior, and only perhaps future circumstances may change that, and further information would give us a sense of that. Okay, I'll keep going. I'm not seeing any hands. Just as a reminder, if you have a question or comment, please raise your hand and we'll pause there. We talked quite a bit about the day-ahead initial state of charge during our meeting, first in our May meeting, when we talked about in our June meeting, when we talked about some drivers of BCR to date. And basically what we underscored was that today there might be situations where differences between the day-ahead initial state of charge value and the realized state of charge value, paired with some form of a schedule or outage, may result in uneconomic dispatch that later drives that drives a shortfall for the real-time bid cost recovery calculation. So in that context, we shared with stakeholders in that June meeting this notion of, well, we probably need to consider some form of modification to how the day-ahead initial state of charge is considered. We should maybe either evaluate a different means to create or estimate a default value, or to establish some form of requirement so that there is, we're not only using a default value if there's no submission made. Through that conversation, stakeholders indicated that some stakeholders indicated that their perspective is that if a scheduling coordinator does not submit an initial day-ahead state of charge and a default value is utilized, any shortfall cost from the utilization of that default value should be considered or categorized as driven by market design, because it came from a default value, not from a submitted value. So in that context, we put forth this notion of, well, maybe we should require the submission of the initial state of charge value, because in that way, we are eliminating a source of uplift that some stakeholders view as resultant from market design or from ISO action. It creates this connection between day ahead and real time so that people have an incentive to bid consistently. It minimizes the ambiguity of some instances where we've observed repeated setups that create shortfalls. And it's generally compatible with some other concepts that stakeholders mentioned. I think this is the topic where stakeholders were the most divided, in the sense that there were very diverse perspectives in the comments. One of the comments, one of the groups of stakeholders, supported not just the establishment of a requirement, but also supported considering that the submission should be within some range of accuracy, so as to retain real-time uplift eligibility, which was the perspective the ISO shared before. Another group of stakeholders basically argued, maybe we can consider the submission requirement, or we can consider some modifications to the default values utilized, but at this time it wouldn't be viable to link the accuracy of those values to uplift eligibility, because there's just a myriad of operational challenges that may result in some form of disparity between the submission and the realized value. And then finally, some stakeholders said, let's just focus on having a better value that is just taken from the prior market outcomes. No need for further action in this topic at this time. I think there was a hand, but then it disappeared again. I'll pause briefly here to see if someone wants to make a comment. If not, I'll keep going. So give a little bit of time. Okay, let's go with Alba. Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
This is Alva from PG&E. I'm just interjecting just to give you your vocal cords a rest more than anything else. If there's, you're presenting very well the opinions of a wide range of stakeholders, and it's hard to suggest a middle path here. But I do think one issue that comes up here for me is the areas where CAISO is procuring day-ahead products day-ahead that are going to yield uncertainty in the initial state of charge. So again, it's almost like another version of that. What is the CAISO's responsibility and what is the participant's responsibility? And I think that needs to be considered here, especially in the case of batteries that are providing regulation. It's clear that there's uncertainty around their state of charge. And one possibility might be that you just also, in giving resources more responsibility for bidding a state of charge, also give them ways of hedging that risk in the real-time market so that they can be assured of getting to that state of charge. So I don't, and there are different approaches you could take to that, but I just wanted to suggest that without having any way of hedging your real-time uncertainty, it is probably asking too much to have people take financial risk on an initial state of charge if they don't want to. I mean, I see it as, responsible participation in the market, that you should, in fact, bid an initial state of charge because that's going to determine your day-ahead schedule. But I guess there are people who don't see it that way and want CAISO to give them an initial state of charge and then see the results fall out from that. So it's clear that some people don't want to take the risk on that. But that's just my thought, is that maybe there needs to be some way of hedging that real-time uncertainty.
Thank you very much for that, Alva. I think this is very much related to this second to last bullet of, we can find ways to improve this, but it is quite difficult to perhaps create this linkage because of those challenges or sources of delta that may be related to not just their behavior, but also, as you said, the deployment of different products across the trade date, and something that could actually become a bit more challenging moving forward with the expected name and event changes. I think, it is difficult, as you mentioned, to find a middle path here, but I do think that there is a sense across the community that it would be valuable to consider some form of, maybe not direct linkage, but at least some form of not just a submission, but a form of incentive paired with a hedge, as you mentioned.
Right.
I think that is complex, and we welcome further discussion on it. But appreciate your comments. Yeah.
One thought I'm just to, that we've raised before, is if there were, and this could be associated with the day-ahead bids as well, as to make as part of the day-ahead bid commitment an end-of-day state of charge constraint that could be set without impairing bid cost. Uplift eligibility. Depending, again, that would depend on how that parameter was used, but if there were essentially that were used as a guarantee out of the day-ahead market, that you would either get to that essentially the CAISO would treat that as a constraint without disqualifying you from uplift. That might be an approach you could take. So
let me say that back to you, because I want to make sure I captured it. It definitely sounds intriguing, and it would be basically, if you submitted an initial day-ahead state of charge value, and you use the end-of-hour state of charge parameter to ensure that you get to it, for that use of end-of-hour state of charge, we will not disallow PCR for that? Is that
well? That's even a simpler. That's even a simpler approach. I was that's another possibility. I was thinking that you might, and I'm just spitballing, but as part of the day ahead bids, you could also include an end of day state of charge target, which
okay, yeah.
And then the CAISO could use that in its dispatch, but then essentially, because that could be used in conjunction with things like attenuation factors, it would lead to CAISO essentially taking responsibility for that end of day state of charge. And then in the real time market, when things realize that are different, potentially CAISO would be considered to be responsible for achieving that end of day. And once the end of day is in place, then you can guarantee an initial state of charge for the following day. So it essentially allows you to get certainty on that value and make it more of an economic parameter rather than even a forecast, which isn't necessarily the right way to look at it either. So,
gotcha. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification, because I interpreted it a bit differently at first, but I can see how both ideas. Yeah. I think my interpretation has some potential for undue use, so I will need to rethink it, but I appreciate the back and forth. Okay, I am not seeing any other hands at this time, so I'll continue. We're making great time, so I hope we'll have a good amount of time to discuss the different kind of perspectives around real-time uplift that we've done some feasibility and risk assessments on ahead of the paper publication. So the final element I wanted to cover here before we move on to real-time uplift has to do with system state of charge. So in the last meeting, we talked about how some stakeholders put forth conceptual frameworks for real-time uplift that included the consideration of some form of state of charge information sharing or mechanism in real time. This is particularly related to some of the concepts shared by CISA and Vistra that respectively include the idea of the ISO posting the state of charge information in real time so as to inform bidding. And in the Vistra case, it also included the idea of maybe considering some form of parameter or constraint that is tracking the difference between the state of charge resultant from the day-ahead market processes and the telemetered state of charge. And if there was some variance or some delta between them, we could consider to bring that trend back, ideally in a manner informed by the resources economics, by their bids, right? So in the last meeting, we mentioned how we see value in both of these notions, both in publishing state of charge information to improve transparency and inform bidding, and also on the idea of developing some form of system-wide state of charge constraint. In comments we got a lot of comments saying it would be good for us to explain this a bit further. And here I try to capture kind of what we've envisioned, but I want to note, similar to how our stakeholders have noted about their own concepts, this is a concept. We're not putting it here, fully as a proposal, but it's basically building off some of the ideas that we heard, particularly in the Vistra formulation of their conceptual framework. So the idea would be, we're thinking of a constraint that would track system-wide state of charge that resulted from the day ahead from IFM. And this constraint could be binding in all hours or just under specific circumstances. But the idea would be that individual resources can deviate from their IFM modeled SOC. But if we see the need for some form of correction, because we see that the general state of charge system-wide trend is really deviating, we would be able, via this constraint, to reconcile those trends based on or considering the resources energy bits. And this would be an improvement over what we do today, which would be essentially exceptional dispatch, right? We asked for a little bit more feedback, and I'd say in comments, beyond the ask for more clarification, what we saw was a hesitancy around the idea of having a rigid state of charge constraint. I think it was interesting, worthwhile pointing out that we also saw this in Vistra's comments, noting, well, perhaps publishing the information would be sufficient at this time, and maybe it would be better for the ISO to consider continued leveraging of exceptional dispatch under this kind of conditions, as opposed to a constraint. And I think this is an interesting position because it really highlights the tension that we see with storage of trying to understand, when do we want these resources, when do we see these resources as the most valuable? Does the day ahead outcome ultimately, quote unquote, gets it right, or do we need to, enable that flexibility further so that the dynamic responsiveness of these resources can alleviate real-time conditions? So I think, at this point, we're hearing from stakeholders, there's hesitancy on development of something like this. In the paper, we'll just include the information on it as well, so as to gather some feedback. From our perspective, I think stakeholders are generally aligned on the value of publishing information, and that is something that, as we'll note in the paper, we're working through on how that information can be better shared and made available for people to inform their bidding. So I see one hand. Let's go with Dawn. I encourage others, if you have any thoughts or questions, to please raise your hand. And after that, we'll go on to the real-time frameworks and some of our initial risk and feasibility assessments. Yeah.
This is Don Trethaway from CISA. I highly recommend in the next paper that if you really are going to put in the concept that you might consider a constraint on system-wide state of charge, that you include the formulation of that constraint, because otherwise you're not going to get any meaningful feedback. And personally, I am very leery that putting in this type of constraint won't have significant impacts to price formation that probably would have pretty significant unintended consequences.
Yes, we can work to get that included there so as to get specific feedback. There are some ideas internally on how to formulate a constraint like that. I think some of the areas that would require more discussion and conversation with stakeholders would be around what this means in terms of, let's say settlement implications. So I appreciate that, Don, and we'll strive to include all of that in the paper too, to get your feedback.
And I'll also add, please don't just assume that you're going to put this constraint in the CAISO footprint. We need to look at this entire EDAM-wide footprint on how these constraints work.
Thank you. Yeah, we can underscore that as well. I think at this time, well, my understanding, and we can obviously confirm this, is that once we move to EDAM, really these EDAM entities, for the purposes of the modeling in general, would be as reflected within that footprint. Perhaps the concern is more in WEIM entities, since this would be a real-time element. So we'll make sure to be able to address those concepts there. Okay, let's go with Alva before we keep going.
Hello, again, this is Alva from PG, and I'm just following up on Don's comment. I haven't really understood there's an informational system state of charge that's essentially already published, right? I mean, you look on the open web page and you can see where batteries as a class are in terms of their operating pattern, and you can infer their state of charge. In fact, it probably would even be possible for something like that to be reported there if it's not already. I don't remember whether you've got something already of that sort. You have some other reports where you do. I think it's the quarterly report where you actually, do a report out on state of charge of the batteries as a class. But when you start looking at it as a constraint, then the actual objectives of it really have to be, from the CAISO's perspective, clearly enunciated. I mean, is the aim to get something that's close to a plan, or is it to have a way of essentially procuring more energy for particular periods beyond that are outside of the scope of the current market design? I think both of those lead to some questions about how that interacts with the current market design. I think basically the attribute of batteries that you're trying to capture there is that essentially, as a class, you've got an energy resource that you can move around over the day, right? And you presumably either are going to let the market handle that day ahead, or you're going to have a plan there. But when you get to real time, you're looking at whether to adjust that plan or to essentially use it as a way of procuring reserves for future hours. And so if you look at it that way, that's quite a large, mission for this kind of a constraint. Essentially, you're bridging a lot of gaps that you might say exist in the market currently. And because they're gaps, it's going to be difficult, but also very important for CAISO to really formulate clearly what is being met by those gaps, because otherwise it becomes a very non-transparent way of driving battery dispatch over the portfolio. So I think that's my takeaway from what Don was saying, and I think I agree with that, the difficulty of that.
Thank you for that, Alva. I appreciate that comment. I think that's something, a perspective we saw from different parties, from different stakeholders on the comments, that we will do our best to address in the paper too. And again, this is not to say, this is a collection of the concepts that that stakeholders and the ISO has put forth. So
Right.
we definitely, when we hear stakeholders say, this creates concern, or this might be an area where we want to reevaluate or thinking here, we're hearing you loud and clear, and we really appreciate that. Just to go back on your comment at the beginning on posting the state of charge, I agree that what we have today on our daily outlook, or today's outlook, I think is the correct name, you can kind of infer where batteries are at. I think really the ask is basically let's expand that and show the real-time state of charge information in the aggregate. We do have a daily storage report that gets posted every single day, and you can see the outcomes at the end of the day from storage. But again, I think the ask from CISA and other stakeholders is more so it would be good to have that information readily available in real time so as to inform, well, it seems like people are, in general, the trend is a bit lower or higher than expected, and that can inform their bidding. So that idea of leveraging the current platforms where we publish information, I think it's very much what we're thinking here, so that people can have don't need to infer, and they can just see it. Yeah.
Right, and that's in my mind, that's very hard to object to. If it's at that level, essentially, you're leaving the market participants free to extrapolate whatever they like for future hours, based on their own strategies as well as what they think might be coming. The difficulty, both the difficulty and the power of this idea come when you are trying to actually drive system state of charge in the optimization. And that's where I come down strongly on I think on what Don was saying, which is this needs to be really clear, and then the CAISO has to decide whether it's willing to take that kind of responsibility for where the market will go in real time. It is a very, given the size of the storage portfolio, it will have major effects. And of course, the other thing is, can you guarantee that those effects will be equitable among all the different storage participants? So that's going to be another issue when you're using that kind of information in the real-time market, because essentially it's like, as with other activities that happen outside of the real-time market horizon, there's always a question of equity there, because you don't actually have binding financial commitments. So unless you actually do extend the horizon of the real-time market, which some have asked for, and I think is very much a heavy lift. But nevertheless, I'm not. I wouldn't be programming it anyway. So maybe some other people will find an easier way to do it.
Yeah, I can tell you that idea, that notion of considering something like this with extending the horizon, I think is a little bit what Vistra was presenting in our last meeting too. Of
right,
there's different ways of addressing the drivers, and one would be extend the horizon, allow for a lot of a robust redesign of the market. The other path, is the alternative they present. And I think this really underscores that a lot of the challenges we've been talking about are really related to the market. Some of the market design we've had today just doesn't play nice with a resource like storage that is so intertemporally dependent. Yeah. Okay. Well, we are actually a little bit ahead of schedule. I think it would be nice for us to maybe take a little pause then. We maybe can take a small pause, come back in, let's say right now my watch says 2:36. we were scheduled to go on the next piece at 2:45. So a little 9-minute break, stretch our legs, get some coffee, and then we can get right on time back to our last section, if that sounds good with people. And we'll get started again at 2:45 then with the next piece. Thank you all. Yeah. Okay, we're at 2:45 now. We'll get back started here with our last section. Thank you all. Hopefully you were able to go grab some coffee or some water. So let's get going. Okay, so in this last section, we want to cover, with now a bit more time than we had in our last meeting, some of the conceptual frameworks we've seen from stakeholders being floated from the prior and current efforts, and some of the ISO's initial feasibility and risk perspectives. So as we mentioned previously, some stakeholders have put some of these frameworks for consideration. Some of these alternatives require evaluation of market modifications that would impact not only storage necessarily, some of them, and that really are considering market design changes that are significant. So in this context and within the paper, as you'll see, we're really assessing, giving some perspective on the feasibility of these paths. We're not identifying a preferred path, but giving some feedback on it. And we're looking for some of the perspectives of the stakeholders across all of these alternatives. Something that we've seen in the development or the working through the working groups really is that it's been a bit complicated to have stakeholders weigh in on perspectives or ideas shared by other stakeholders. So we really do encourage conversation on that here, but also your perspective on written feedback following the publication of the paper. Okay, so here we're trying to represent different options that have been floated from different stakeholders, and I'll first try to provide a bit of a summary of 3 of these options that we've heard. So starting with option A really is coming from the perspective of the Market Surveillance Committee, which was shared as well previously and recommended for consideration by DMM. The idea behind option A would be to essentially focus on instances of mitigation to provide an uplift payment. I want to note that, as we go through these options, please bear in mind that, as I mentioned before, there's broad stakeholder agreement and consensus that would consider exceptional dispatch as well. And given the fact that we, have this settlement process for exceptional dispatch, here we're focusing on these other instances, right? Other drivers. So under option A, the idea would be, we wouldn't need a framework like bit cost recovery today for storage, neither in day ahead nor in real time. Instead, we would only have some form of uplift payment that is covering instances of mitigation and that is settled in a manner similar to how we settle today the exceptional dispatches to hold state of charge. So as a quick reminder for all stakeholders, today a storage resource can receive an exceptional dispatch to discharge or to charge. That is settled as all exceptional dispatches are, but there's also a special exceptional dispatch for storage resources that is this hold state of charge ED. And under that approach, the way that it is settled is that the ISO calculates a counterfactual of revenue that would have potentially materialized if the exceptional dispatch to hold state of charge was not issued. And then based on that counterfactual, we compare that counterfactual to the realized revenue, and any difference is considered to be the opportunity cost resultant from that whole state of charge exceptional dispatch and the resources made whole for that difference. So the idea would be, we leverage that methodology and we apply it to instances where mitigation affected a resource. And we're calling that here option A. And please note, none of this representation of options A, B, C is not indicating any preference. As I mentioned, we're not indicating a preferred path. We're simply providing perspectives on feasibility and risks associated with these options. So option B as presented here is really seeking to represent the conceptual framework offered by CISA. The idea involves two changes. Now, the first one relates to the default energy bid, which we covered in that piece of the presentation. This part focuses on the idea of creating this bidding test and having that bidding test inform the hours that are considered in the bid cost recovery calculation. So broadly, option B would involve the development of a means of a test to identify if storage resources are bidding to charge consistently with their charge default energy bid, and if they're bidding to discharge consistently with their discharge default energy bid. And then, broadly speaking, for every hour in which resources did not bid consistently, we would eliminate 1 hour from the bid cost recovery calculation, starting with the hour with the highest shortfall. It's important to note, and we do so in the paper, that CISA contemplated, some lists of scenarios, right? I think what we're trying to capture in this representation of option B is the process that would be necessary generally for us to develop this test and to then develop the logic needed to have that test inform what hours are considered within the real-time shortfall calculation. And then option C is largely, representative of the position shared by Vistra in their comments and also presented in our last meeting. The idea would be we'll first exempt resources from local market power mitigation, storage resources. That basically, negates that driver of mitigation. In this instance, we would also eliminate, do away with day-ahead and real-time BCR, and instead of the current constraints we have related to ancillary services for storage resources, we develop logic of identifying these unavailable quantities due to state of charge unavailability, and have this no pay rescission logic with the potential for additional penalties if necessary for resources that cannot meet this AS awards given their state of charge. So option C is really looking at, let's do away with the drivers so that way we can do away with the bid cost recovery paradigm. And in the context of option C, the logic really is that, as I mentioned before, some stakeholders perceive the constraints related to ancillary services for storage as a decision for us to basically ensure that these awards will be met at any cost. And this modification is, largely framed as more aligned with how we look and think of other resources. So I'll pause here because I see there's a hand. Let's go with Callie, and then we'll go into some of the initial kind of reactions about this.
Yeah, hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Couple questions on this one. So for option B, I just want to make sure I understand correctly what is meant by bidding consistently. So I'm going to say the charging direction, does that mean that you are bidding at or above your charging dead to be considered bidding consistently with your charging?
Yeah, so bidding consistently would mean bidding at or above the respective default energy bid. The
Okay.
idea of meaning, yeah, go ahead.
No, okay. And on the discharging, it's at or below.
Yeah, that's precisely the way to think about it. We can clarify that further here. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
Well,
because I
in
wasn't
the
sure if
paper,
it
it's
meant
very well
that or if
expanded.
like within a, within a bandwidth of your DEB and you're basically wanting everyone to bid their DEB. So I appreciate that clarification. And then my other question on option A, is there, I mean, obviously you have a couple, exceptional dispatch and mitigation are the two conditions under which they'd be provided uplift. But what about just like the very basic case where, because of the binary variables in the market, the resulting LMP that a resource receives is, I'm just going to throw out a number, $1 below their bid, but they were scheduled based on their bid, right? Because that's something that happens today, and that's, for thermal resources, it's easy to think about. And that's kind of one of the main reasons for uplift. So is that captured under option A, or are you saying that those conditions just wouldn't be eligible for uplift?
So under option A, as we're framing it here, we're effectively focusing on the mitigation driver. For exceptional dispatch, we still have like the way that exceptional dispatch is settled. That's not changing under any option here.
Okay.
Now, for the driver of the binary variables, my understanding is that that when we look at that analyzing for storage resources, an outcome like that would fall under what we've discussed today as this quote unquote out of merit dispatch in the binding interval. So option A is not focused on that, but that is something that we, as we mentioned before, none of these options are kind of written in stone. We're trying to incorporate them here to provide a perspective of feasibility and risks, so as to inform, what parties submitted. We want to give them more information on the viability of those alternatives. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think just kind of going back to my earlier comment at the beginning of the meeting today, and apologies, I had to drop off a little bit, kind of, I think at the beginning of the BCR conversation this afternoon, but is really like, I see that there's maybe another option that should be included on this table, and that's really, is there another framework entirely that we should be considering? Like, instead of this comparison of bids to LMPs and every hour across the day, is there something else that might work better and might capture all the instances that we're talking about while still giving assurance to the storage resources that they're recovering their costs? And obviously I would defer to the operators, the participants out there that are actually operating the storage resources on a day-to-day. But when I think of that holistic review and reevaluating the framework entirely, it's starting with that question. So maybe there's an option D that also could be included on this table. But I appreciate your clarification. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. And yeah, I mean, I think we view B and well, honestly, all of them really are kind of rethinking a bit the paradigm here. None of them are building exclusively upon it, but I get the perspective of we need to underscore, make it very clear in the paper. These are some options so far, but it doesn't represent the universal options. And perhaps some of the initial feasibility and risk information we'll share here can help us and stakeholders think about some other options in that universe. Let's go with Don and then Kathleen.
Hi, Don Trethewey from CISA. With regards to the option B, I think you answered Callie sort of the inverse of the correct answer. The intent was
did I miss?
if you bid to discharge below the DEB and are picked up, that means in the future you may not be able to hit your day ahead award, for example. So in that instance, you bid inconsistent with system conditions, and if you then were short in an hour at the end of the day, you would lose that hour. Talking about it on the charging, it gives me a headache, but I do agree that we want to see a holistic review. And when CISO CISA put out our conceptual framework, it was really to show that you do need to rethink it for storage because of the intertemporal nature. And that's why we think it's so important to understand all of the various constraints in the various markets so that you can construct a make-whole payment that addresses that intertemporal nature. And that's what we attempted to show with the conceptual framework, is you can actually take an intertemporal view of a make-whole payment. So instead of sort of netting across, you'd still do some level of netting, but it's really how do you disqualify certain hours from the overall netting, so that you can actually, to the extent that something did anomalously occur and the resource is uneconomic while bidding consistent with real-time conditions, that it is then eligible for a make whole for those periods that it was bidding consistent with real-time conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. And sorry, I got confused with answering to Callie. I just checked the draft of the paper, and I have it right there. So it was a misunderstanding, and I apologize. I think I agree with this notion of option B, option C too. And from my perspective, is really thinking outside the box of the current paradigm. So I appreciate that clarification. Let's go with Kathleen.
Great. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Putting aside that, I think option C for now, I agree with Callie and with what Don is saying. The way that, I would say there should, if we are going to continue to have an uplift, like the uplift framework for storage, which if we're going to continue to need to do that, right, which we will, it does require us to look at how storage operates across the markets, I think, as well as within a given operating day perspective, very differently. And so as much as I do appreciate the option A and option B that you've summarized here, I don't think it is looking at the problem enough from a new lens. And I appreciate Don giving the context that, their concept is trying to highlight that we need to look at it from a different lens. But I just want to be really clear that I think that the way the storage operates is really different, and that the valuation of storage is really more a function of its throughput and the value assigned to that throughput across the day. And it is different than kind of an interval by interval view. And until we step away from that, I don't think we're going to find the solution. So maybe we call that option D, which is a holistic review and kind of rethinking storage, how it operates and what it needs to be made whole to. But I would appreciate that being more explicit going forward, that we are still going to workshop what a real holistic solution would look like.
Thank you, Kathleen. I would like to ask you and the prior stakeholders as well, what, if you could give me a perspective on what does that, what would that entail beyond the discussions we've had too on the drivers, on whether they are, related to different sorts of action. I want to make sure that we're capturing specifics around what would be needed on this holistic review so that we can prepare ahead of next quarter and make sure that we're, not losing any of that steam. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually do appreciate that ask. What I hear you saying is that you think you have built that foundation and you're looking for feedback about why we don't think we've started that so that it can help you plan for next quarter.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, yes. I want to make sure that when I hear holistic
just checking
review,
comprehension.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, no, that sounds good. I am happy to, I don't want to take up more of my time today, but I'm happy to coordinate with those stakeholders, and perhaps in our follow-up comments, we can try to provide more teeth around what that means. And I recognize the ask. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I've heard so far when we've talked about that is let's go over the constraints, let's go over the impact of the constraints, their applicability. I think we'll include obviously this documentation, as I mentioned before, of the constraints that we covered over the earlier meetings. We've looked at the drivers too. I'm just wondering, what is that missing piece? Because when I look at B and C, when I look at options B and C, and I'm not trying to say that we're done. No, I really want to understand what's the missing piece, because when I look at B and C, C is really a reconsideration of the status quo fully. No,
yes.
C is doing away with a significant share of constraints that we've documented, talked about, and shared through this process. So I just want to know specifically what else is needed so that way we can keep moving forward on solutions, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and with the caveat that, this has not been fully vetted, and I reserve the right to adjust in the future. The option C was responsive to what we perceive as the CAISO's focus, as the CAISO's interest, whether explicitly stated or not, to eliminate bid cost recovery or uplift for storage, and trying to provide you a compromise path that could do so in an equitable way, if that is truly your desired outcome. The holistic review is a different task to us. So the holistic review would be saying, no. CAISO wants to continue to use various market interventions that can lead to uneconomic outcomes, and so an uplift framework is absolutely needed. And so under the premise that an uplift framework is needed, then we have to ask ourselves the radical questions that we were doing in the VCR and dev enhancements of what isn't working about bid cost recovery. And I'll share with you, again, Kathleen's opinions only at this point. I'll share with you that I did get pretty convinced in that process that bid cost recovery, first of all, CAISO broke day ahead in real time apart for specific reasons. Would be good to remind ourselves exactly why. I never agreed with that approach. That's not how I view the market design is best set up. That said, it was done. But maybe we should ask ourselves, is it not working for storage by breaking out the day ahead of the real time? That I actually think the separation of the day ahead of real time has led to some of these kind of wonkier results that you and DMM and others and we've all flagged. Okay. So we should be asking ourselves that hard question. I don't have an opinion. I'm just saying that's a holistic review, right? We've already talked about how are they responding to real-time conditions, or how are the incentives impacting? But we can't make progress until we talk about why is it separated? Should it be separated for storage? Another really important core function that we haven't really struggled with is bid cost recovery does start on an interval, like 5-minute, basically broken down into 5-minute intervals and assessed on that level of granularity. And then what we have done in the past several years is we said, I'm going to disallow this hour, or I'm going to disallow the hour prior. And when you do that and you start carving out pieces, that I think can work from a mitigation perspective for non-storage resources that the market really, I think, can assess better on an interval by interval and exclusion basis based on how their costs function, because that cost is incremental and kind of outside of the market for that individual interval. Storage is fundamentally different, and I actually think the carving and an elimination, as much as I know CISA has put that forward as a way forward, I will be honest, I'm very uncomfortable with it because I feel, and it's not just CISA's proposal, it's what we do today. We already carve out pieces. I'm concerned that
saying some intervals are not eligible, others are, is also leading to a result in VCR that may not really be making sense for storage. Because when we think about storage, it's offering cycling across an entire 4-hour storage specifically, cycling up to 2.75, give or take, depending on round trip efficiency, cycles per day. What's the cost and the value associated with that? What's my willingness to provide cycling? How many times? How am I going to reflect that? What's my willingness to enter into the more extreme parts of my range? What's the cost associated with that? Other markets have had very robust discussions about specifically how your PQ points have to change and have to change really rapidly. So they allow PQ updates much closer to the real-time market run so that if the SOC changes after the initial market close, the value of moving into the parts of your SOC range that have higher O&M associated with it can better be reflected. The cost of moving into that, if there's more of an opportunity cost associated with it, if let's say some unit drops, all of a sudden now there's a higher demand or et cetera. Like if real-time condition changes, then the opportunity cost may change. I can tell you that ERCOT has discussed that a lot. I know there's other markets that have discussed it, but those are holistic conversations about hard policy questions. That's what I mean when I say, I hope we have those.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate that clarity. I want to just comment quickly on something you said at the beginning of option C was something that you put forth perhaps as a counterpoint to what you believed the intent of the ISO might be with this process. And I think, from the beginning of the process, the way we've thought through it is we want, and from really the conversations we had with MSC in the prior process of, we need to take a look at VCR, take a look at the drivers of it, identify whether, which would be warranted or not to, and not start with the presumption of eliminating it or preserving it, but just see what are the drivers where uplift might be needed, and then from then on, think about mechanisms that are able to make resources whole in those cases. So I think, I just want to state that explicitly that, the goal here has been to do I imagine that a holistic review of the current status of constraints, of the current drivers, parse them out as to who is driving what, and then think about, okay, if we focus on X, Y, Z drivers, how can we address them? That's not to say that we can't, further engage in the questions you're bringing up. And that's not to say that. It's just to clarify that the intent is not to just do away with it without discussion, right? To do away with VCR without discussion. So yeah, I just wanted to underscore that. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands at this point. So I think we can go ahead with the next couple of slides where we present some of the initial feasibility and risk perspectives on these different options that, again, are not set in stone. Others could be considered. We want your feedback and perspectives so as to inform that. So option A, our initial perspective on it is that it is generally aligned with the guiding principles of identifying the drivers where uplift may be warranted, but it may overlook some outlier impacts of out-of-merit dispatch. I want to note that because, despite the fact that we mentioned, in the aggregate for resources, it seems that this is a net benefit. There might be circumstances, outlier circumstances, where these resources may not perceive a net benefit, as some stakeholders noted in their comments. So maybe that is something, to to consider as part of the risks associated with option A. In terms of regulatory risk, this option is really not undoing or reframing a lot of existing policy. The main challenge perhaps associated with this option is really the implementation burden. The calculation that is currently used for the exceptional dispatch instruction to hold state of charge is a highly complex calculation that we don't really leverage too often. Under this paradigm, this would really require much more frequent counterfactual runs than the current practice. And, we've identified some material challenges with running calculations like this, including the fact that since it is an ISO calculated counterfactual, it may be open to more questions or concerns from stakeholders, from market participants that may have considered or believed in their calculation that the counterfactual would be different, for example. So, the risk that really we see with this particular option is perhaps more so related to its compensation approach and the implementation risk associated with it, and the fact that for some resources it may overlook this outlier impacts of out-of-merit dispatch, even if in the aggregate it seems the majority of resources are actually better off by this situation. I would also note, connected to this bullet on minimal regulatory risk, is that this option is not really revising how current constraints affect PCR. It wouldn't reopen that discussion. Other options, I think, may, particularly with regards to the ancillary service state of charge constraints. Okay, option B, as a reminder, is a bit kind of based on the perspective, the conceptual framework shared by CISA. Compared to option A, option B is much more focused on assigning or on determining a rule for us to assign responsibility for a given outcome, rather than on evaluating whether each driver may warrant uplift. And this is not a critique necessarily, it's just an observation of the focus of the option, just like option C is much more focused on eliminating the drivers behind that may warrant uplift, right? So here we're more so understanding that there is significant complexity on what is driving dispatch in different periods. We're creating a rule that assigns responsibility that we can agree upon. It does represent a significant expansion of the role of the default energy bid, something that is not, unprecedented, but that does introduce, some regulatory considerations here that it really means we would leverage the DEB in ways that we don't do so today. And that, while feasible, technically, it will involve the development of new kind of structures of information. And this is, if this would be complex, feasible but complex today with a static DEB, but the notion that this is paired with an evolving, DEB structure, that could also impact its complexity. The other element of this option is to exclude hours from the bid cost recovery shortfall calculation. And as Kathleen mentioned, we do that today as well. The key difference with what we do today versus what option B would entail is that this would be done not so much as a given constraint kicks in, and that constraint kicking in flags that whatever happens forward, like in the intervals after the constraint kicks in, is not included in the shortfall. Here, it's more so an after the fact ranking and then disqualification of hours, right? So we would need a system that would be able to rank all of the different hours, then identify how many hours were flagged as bidding inconsistently, and then start eliminating hours based on that ranking, right? I want to say that sounds burdensome, but our initial assessment is that developing these systems may be complex, but it might be less burdensome than replicating the exceptional dispatch settlement for holding state of charge. And I think that really underscores, the complexity associated with that settlement mechanism, and the fact that it's really made more complicated by leveraging it far more often than we do today. And then finally, we've included as well, option C. Option C, I think there are two ways of thinking about this. The first way is, well, doing away with existing policy and existing constraints is perhaps not as complicated on an implementation front, but it is complicated from a regulatory standpoint. I think just by looking as well at the comments we've seen, there is significant concern with some of these modifications, particularly around market power mitigation. In our initial view of this option, we've also identified some price formation risks related with the ability of resources that wouldn't be subject to market power mitigation to set prices, especially as the prevalence of storage resources, increases, and we have more and more of these assets. So a significant part of the complication or the complexity of this option really resides on the regulatory side of doing away with some existing policy and practices and making sure that we are mitigating risks surrounding that, and we can properly kind of develop a paradigm that suits storage and retains the reliability of the system. Now, on the implementation front, in general, as I mentioned before, the elimination of constraints or of practices is usually less difficult than creating new ones, but we have created particularly the ancillary service constraints to ensure to minimize operational and reliability risks, right? So really the alternative to preserve the assurances that these constraints give us today would necessitate effectively full real-time AS reoptimization, something akin to what we discussed in our last meeting with PG&E's and Vistra's perspective. In general, we've found, and FERC agreed, that the constraints that we've included as part of the ancillary services are necessary to are consistent with market efficiency and necessary to preserve reliability. So to be able to achieve a similar level of certainty while doing away with these constraints would necessitate to think about something as robust as real-time reoptimization. So this is not to, again, we're not weighing in on which option is more or less possible. We're sharing this elements of, or an initial perspective on risk and feasibility, so as to guide a bit the conversations, right? We've heard from stakeholders a desire for us to engage early and often on what does feasibility and implementation look like around different concepts shared, and we're trying to do that here. I think based a little bit on the verbal feedback prior to the slides, some things I would add are that, reassessing the whether for storage or even other resources, thinking about split bit cost recovery across markets is something that we welcome perspectives on as well. And I think based on what Kathleen was mentioning on some of the questions to be asked as well, we can definitely think about teeing that up in particular sessions so that we have basically this kind of hit list of topics to go through as we move forward on these topics, on this element of real-time uplift. So I'll pause here to see if there's any questions or reactions. I really appreciate the engagement today, and I really appreciate the perspectives of stakeholders that put forth these different options so that we can give some sense of initial risks and implementation feasibility. And yeah, thank you for the time. Let's go with Alva. Yeah.
Hi, Sergio. I was very interested in actually getting a little more on this question of eliminating the ancillary service constraints, because it does seem some constraints have to be in place in order for CAISO to be able to even use use regulation. Once something goes outside of it having the range that it's supposed to provide, the CAISO has to reduce the amount of ancillary service that's being provided. And if there's no penalty for doing that, then the rest of the system has to absorb that cost. So I wanted, I wasn't sure whether the issue was sort of over protection or any protection, and I wanted to see if Kathleen, I don't know if she's still on or able to, but could discuss a little further. Is there a point where there are constraints that she would acknowledge are necessary to enabling storage to provide these services, or really is it literally that simply the battery absorbs the there has to be obviously some kind of no pay or whatever penalty for not providing it, but then CAISO has to adjust on the fly to not having these services available. I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on that part of it, because there's something attractive about getting rid of these overly protective constraints. I think going into ancillary service reoptimization, partly that was because of there's a lot of things being done by CAISO now that are basically to protect against things that may not actually happen. But there are things that do happen, and when they do happen in the market, I just really wonder what CAISO is supposed to do.
I saw Kathleen raise her hand. Let's unmute her to see if she has a response for Alba. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you for waiting. Kathleen from Mr. Alva, thanks for asking the question. I really appreciate it, because a lot of the constraints that are in the market we think are very essential. So we were trying to kind of differentiate. So I'm trying to make three categories. One being, what are your physical limits? So for a conventional, that's Pmin, Pmax, right? Or transition time, or min uptime and downtime. For storage, we think the set of physical limits are Pmin, Pmax, max continuous energy limit, min continuous energy limit, round trip efficiency, and then any distribution charging limits. Those are physical limits, I would say, and we think we should be talking about as a step of do we agree? Are those the physical limits? Are there some that you maybe shouldn't be included? I don't know. But for physical limits, I think just like all other resources that have their Pmin, Pmax, startup time, min downtime, min uptime respected, the market needs to enforce those. I actually think it's one of the core foundational values the market provides. And when we talk about security constrained unit commitment or security constrained economic dispatch, I think of, we're securing transmission constraints and physical constraints on the units. So like core apple pie functionality. The second category for very storage specific is what I call feasibility constraints. That's the energy SOC calculation, the AS SOC calculation, and then in our day ahead market, we also have an AS constraint that is attempting to address the over-certification of storage resources. So kind of limiting the amount of AS that can be awarded in ISM. So let's say that's another feasibility constraint. I also think those are really essential. What the goal of those are, as I understand it, is the SOC calculation is being done where you were prior interval, how an award, whether you have, allows the market to say this unit has enough SOC to receive this award. That's a feasible dispatch. That's why I'm calling them feasibility constraints. Same thing with the IFM-AS constraint. It kind of limits the percent that can be awarded based on the logic that in the BPM. I think the intent of that was to say I want to limit the amount of awards that are being issued by the day-ahead market to what the CAISO believes can be feasible in real time, which I also, so all of those are fine. In our book, those are feasibility constraints. They're not what I will now move on to as SOC management constraints. There are, for me, there are two, maybe before I move on, I understand that those use attenuation factors that also give market participants heartburn, but I think feasible, making sure we have feasible awards is really important. So I wouldn't remove those. I would say we should talk about the issues the attenuation factors may or may not be causing. For the SOC management constraints, that's the AS SOC constraint. I honestly haven't wrapped my brain around envelope equations on whether they fit in feasibility or if they're SOC management. But the next one would be the end of horizon SOC constraint. That is ensuring you have an end of horizon SOC to meet a self-schedule in the future hour. The only constraint that we are thinking of eliminating is the AS SOC constraint. That's really managing the resources SOC so it can meet the AS award, and then shifting the cost of that through uplift onto loads, versus what I would hope the market would do is flag that as unavailable. The storage did not meet their obligation. It wasn't feasible. We used all those feasibility constraints to mitigate that, but like couldn't meet their obligation. So you penalize them through no pay, and then an incremental need is identified, and the incremental real-time market AS target includes that requirement so that the market procures it from a resource that is feasible. And I mean, that is what I think we believe would be best for reliability, and not shift the SOC management for AS like into the market where the costs have to be held by VCR. On the end of horizon constraint, I think that, yeah, honestly, I think you can make a strong argument that the market has to do that in order to allow the self-schedule to be respected. So I would consider the prior hour and the self-schedule hour as all SC-driven, non-ISO commitment, which is how our Uplift treats it today. But I think that could be retained and should be retained because it's really triggered by the self-scheduling. So the SC is opting into that. And that's my response, Sergio, but I'm happy to hear Alva respond if you would like.
Thank you, Kathleen. So I guess just to kind of try and summarize, I love the overview of the constraints from your perspective, also very helpful. Thank you for that. I think what I've heard you say is the ones that you really think fall into what option C here would do away with is the third paragraph of option C. Deactivate the ASSOC constraint and cease converting AS awards into energy awards. But for the remainder of the constraints you enlisted, even if some create some concern, you're not including that here as what would be eliminated. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't know that I'm convinced they create concerns, although, and mostly that's because I don't think
I concern instead of heartburn.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I don't think there's been enough discussion on the attenuation factors and exactly what issue stakeholders are seeing. And that is a next step conversation. So I reserve judgment there. I would clarify that the cease converting AS awards into energy awards does also include changing how we do the upper economic limit and the lower economic limit, because that's also driving energy awards when an outage occurs and it's not available. So really it's just the ASSOC and the UEL and LEL driving, and that's why, Sergio, I was trying to emphasize driving energy awards. So the functionality that changes the financial risk and the exposure for a scheduling coordinator as a result of having an ancillary service obligation that is then adding an energy risk to them that they didn't contemplate at the time they submitted that AS offer. I think that is the universe we're considering. And the CAISO would have to flag that, would have to penalize that, and have to procure incremental to cover that in most, I think as a best practice. But yeah, agree with Alva on his points about it would need to be penalized.
Thank you for that, Kathleen. So I see we have Paul in the line in the queue. Alva also raised his hand. Let's go with Paul, who's been very patient, and then we'll see if Alva had some response as well.
Thanks, Sergio. Paul Warhatch from the Public Advocate's Office. Back to option A and your final bullet there about maybe simplification of the compensation approach. It seems to me that for mitigation, some combination of the DEB, LMP, and BID could be used in a similar manner as was used in the first round of BCR reform to considerably simplify this. So I just wonder if you could comment on that and how such a simplification would decrease or change the computational implementation burden of the approach.
Yeah, thank you for that, Paul. I would say, well, it really depends on how we're settling it, no? Because under this option right now, the idea is you're settling it against a counterfactual that is basically calculating what is the best outcome that the resource could have achieved if mitigation had not occurred. In that context, where it's not really about the inputs of looking at the DEB, looking at the BID. It's more so about the process to determine what's the make whole. What are we making you whole to? That is highly complex. But I think what we're trying to communicate in this last bullet is, if we were to think about a paradigm that focuses on making resources whole in instances of mitigation, that is not leveraging this exact settlement approach of the counterfactual, this could be simplified. Now, that could mean, for example, other approaches that exist today too, like what we do on BCR in general. But it's complex because the instance of mitigation, really, what the concern is it's not just about the interval where you were mitigated, but it's about the potential shortfall later on and the fact that the resource may not have been able to capture incremental revenues as well. Does that help? So
I think so, but I just want to make the point that it seems to be that mitigation is currently being made whole, via the current implementation of BCR rules that are a function of DEB, LMPs, and BIDs. So in a sense, that would just be an extension of that, specifically for this category under option A. But yeah, I just want to put that out there.
It could. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, I think it could. I think and we can make this clear in the paper too. I think the only concern that some stakeholders might raise with that current a way in which mitigation might be captured is that it may be overlooking, it may be just focusing on the shortfall in the mitigation in the intervals where that occurred, as opposed to the consequences of that mitigation later on as well. I think that's kind of part of the critique, but I definitely hear you on, well, if this is a complexity, other alternatives like the current implementation could be looked at. Thank you both.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go with Alva. I think he might have a response to Kathleen, and thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to tie a bow or just respond to Kathleen's very helpful response. So it appeared that the ASSOC constraint was the nub of it, and that this was because it was requiring uneconomic energy dispatches, possibly also that it was requiring the kinds of bidding constraints that you have on regulation currently in order to ensure that the resource can be dispatched to meet those constraints. And I think she so identified the pain points with that. I think there's the crux of the problem there is that if you come to a point where CAISO knows it's not going to have enough energy to support a regulation award in a coming period, there is not a guarantee that it will be able to procure the additional energy. And so it is possible to wind up in a place where CAISO is unable to meet its requirements for these services. So I mean, I think on that side there has to be some solution to that problem. On the other side, I think it would be very interesting to find out whether I mean it is sort of attractive, the other piece of what Kathleen is offering, as it were, for on the is in sort of saying batteries might be willing to offer foregoing any bid cost recovery. It offers a lot of simplification on that side. So I think those are the 2 points in my mind that are still difficulties with that option, but it would be good to flesh out more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alva. And I completely agree with the first part of your comment. I think that's really what we're trying to represent here with the last bullet of, we have included the ancillary service state of charge constraint to be sure that we have that operational and reliability assurance, right? And the fact that we can ensure we're meeting those requirements. If we were to do away with such a constraint, basically the path to have similar assurances would imply this kind of robust re-optimization process, since it's really the alternative to the status quo in that regard. And I appreciate that kind of representing that as a trade-off with, okay, this may make it easier to think about some of the uplift elements, but it does add complexity to when we think about some of the market design pieces beyond uplift. Okay, I am not seeing any additional hands at this time. I will give everyone on the call a little bit of time to see if you have some additional questions or thoughts. But before I pass it on to my colleague Hannah, I'll just underscore for everyone here, we really appreciate the engagement. We hear your feedback, and we want to make sure that we had more time to discuss these elements, and that's why we'll reframe this posting next week. That will include what we discussed today, as well as more details in the appendix, as I noted before, with the constraints. And we look forward for your written feedback following the publication of those 2 papers later this month, and that feedback will be due in January. So if I don't talk to some of you before that, and like to really thank you for a productive year, for being continuously engaged with our work and our processes, and bringing your perspectives and your brilliance here so that we can work through these issues together. We really appreciate that, and happy holidays, and hope you have a good rest of the year as well. If I don't talk to you, but I'm sure I will talk to you, to some of you before the holidays. So I'll pass it on to you, Hannah, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Can you go to the next slide? Just one more slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So for next steps, please visit the CAISO Stakeholder Center and scroll to the Storage Design and Modeling section for more information. If you do need help locating a specific presentation or have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to Brenda Marquez, or you can contact the ISO Stakeholder Affairs at that email below. And next slide. And lastly, for insights into the ISO grid and market operations, be sure to be on the lookout for our Energy Matters blog, and you can always subscribe. So with that, thank you all for your time today, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.